Long Media Manager, Eastern Football Netball League. Joined in this pre-game by Jared Beanland, Scott Hardy. Jared, fantastic to have you back after a week off and looking forward to what should be a cracking contest.
Yeah, thanks Ryan, and good day to all the listeners, of course, and the viewers on the streams. I'm very, very keen to get stuck into this Div 4 game. 2 contenders for the premiership this year, you would have to say. Very interesting to see how they both shape up against one another, and then sort of compare them to your Kilsyths and your White Horses as well.
You're certainly right, and one person I've been looking forward to getting back on the broadcast is Mr. Scott Hardy. Scott, great to have you back in the van and out here at Chirnside, which is a side I think you really like. Chirnside. You had him highly rated last season, and you were proven correct, and good to see him this year.
Yeah, very, very highly rated. Is that coming through on your headset?
Is it that one? Nope. We might have to sort out the technical issues real quick.
We'll grab Scott in a second. But, Jared, as we said, we'll have both senior coaches on the program so far in the pre-game in a second. But big game ahead. And obviously, we looked at Kilsyth last year, and they were very close to winning it all. Chirnside Park were the other side that came home flying, red hot. I think they won 9 or 10 games in a row.
Yep.
And then were beaten by the side they're playing today, Scoresby, in an elimination final.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see the rematch. What will Chirnside have learnt from that game, of course, and we'll see if Scoresby can counteract whatever plans Dave Newlands puts in place to defeat them. It's going to be interesting to talk to both coaches, see what their assessment of that final was last year, and see what they're going to bring to the table again for a round 3 match today. Scott.
Yeah, no,
we're still waiting on Scott at the moment. But let's jump into some of the games around the grounds this afternoon. Also fantastic to have the senior women's competition back this year.
Indeed.
Round 1 today, and the match of the round between East Ringwood and Ox was a thriller. 13 points. Scott's on.
Scott, we're working. I'm back.
Scott, welcome to the broadcast and welcome to 2024.
Really shaky start by me. So I'll put it down to my operator area. I won't put Lee under the bus just yet. But it's exciting to be down here. Disappointing we're not on a balcony somewhere with a little bit of sunshine on our heads. We're tucked away in the van. It's a ripping day. I haven't checked the forecast to know whether rain is coming down this way, but
I did check. It's not.
Good.
Yep.
We're clear for the boundary riders. But yeah, pleasing to be back. And like you were saying, right, I'm very bullish on Chirnside, and I have been for quite some time. And I just think the way they've done their sort of recruiting has been sort of heading towards that final day in finals. So I'm looking forward to speaking to both coaches and sort of seeing how they shape up for this season.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly be interesting to see. But let's go to some of those games around the grounds. We'll start with Premier Division today. Berwick take on Blackburn. Vermont take on Baldwin. Norwood take on Rowville. Noah Park hosts South Croydon, and then a twilight game between East Ringwood and Doncaster East. I think the 2 games we think are pretty one-sided is the Rowville Norwood game, as well as Berwick Blackburn. I think all 3 of us would probably tip both Rowville and Blackburn in those games, and we talked enough about Berwick and Norwood and transition periods for them. So we'll jump into some of those other games. Vermont Baldwin's a very interesting one this afternoon. Vermont, a bit of a slow start last week, weren't able to get the job done against Blackburn, but back at home, they've had the redevelopment out there at Vermont Recreation Reserve, which is looking fantastic, and they'll be very eager to get a win, and especially with a big day for the club. A few of their members and players are getting awarded life memberships, which is great to see for a very successful club.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was the game against Baldwin, perhaps in round 4 or so. Vermont were just coming off that absolute thrashing at the hands of East Ringwood that we happened to watch. Vermont got up for that game. It was a big day there for them then as well. It was
Robbie Ross's 200.
Robbie Ross, thank you for reminding me. I think they get up for games against Baldwin to Vermont.
Quality sides.
Yeah.
Great rivalry between the 2 clubs, which is always good to see. We've got Craig McKenzie out there, so he might be joining us in just a moment. But as you said, they do get up for these sort of games. Baldwin, I don't know how much you want to take out of their performance last week. 102-point win over Norwood. Whether that says more about Baldwin or Norwood, Scott, I think time will tell, and probably today's a good a good chance to see that when they take on a really high-quality opponent in Vermont.
Yeah, definitely. But pleasing from Bourne's perspective, that scoreline last week to have 25 goals is huge. 13 behinds as well. Obviously, yes, we know probably those differences in both those sides in Bourne and Norwood last week. But yeah, look, it's the challenge, and it's sort of from there, it's sort of how does Vermont respond as well up against Blackburn they had last week, and a great result for Blackburn to build that confidence to start the season.
Yeah, indeed. And I think the fascinating thing for me in this game is more sort of like the big picture of both teams, the trajectory that both teams are going on currently. Vermont, it seems like they're at the start of a premiership window. All of a sudden, after they dropped off in 22, right back at it in 23. Really quick turnaround for them, of course. Baldwin, have they stalled a little bit? They've lost some good players. Their list is aging a little bit. I'm not sure sort of their activity during the off-season. They recruited well, but I'm not sure what exactly fruit is going to be born from Baldwin's off-season. As we have Craig McKenzie entering the box right now, the Scoresby coach, so we'll get him on and have a quick interview.
Yeah, that's right. Craig McKenzie, the Scoresby senior coach. 2-0. It's a big test out here at Chirnside Park today, and a side you played in the elimination final last year. So I'm sure you're looking forward to going head-to-head with another quality opponent.
Yeah, these games are always exciting, aren't they? They're, hence why you're here, I guess. But definitely looking forward to it. We're ready to go, and I'm sure they are too. So hopefully, it'll be a good hit out.
Have you sort of seen the opening start to the season? 2-0. I think everyone sort of expected you to win those two games coming into it, but. It's probably been an ideal start. A couple of players out today, but how have you sort of assessed the opening few weeks?
Well, I guess it's hard to gauge it a little bit because, no matter who you come up against, you've still got to put together what you've been working towards. And, both clubs, Nunawading and Forest Hill, they're probably more in the rebuild stage at the moment. And, and that's coming from both their coaches. That's not me making that assumption. But they've both got quality coaches at the helm, and they've got a lot of people doing a lot of good things, and they were challenged in different ways. Forest Hill challenged us a lot with their defensive game last week in the first half. I mean, we were down at quarter time. They really challenged us, which was really good for us because what that meant is that we had to learn to adapt. We had to learn to say, what do we do when this is not working for us? And we came in at half time and had a really good chat about that and made a few changes, and it was really nice to see us actually have a plan B that could work. So that was good. And Nunawading, they've improved out of sight as well, and I mentioned that to them as well after the game. And I think they had a few players that are winning that game too. So coming into round two, they were even more equipped. And but in saying that, on that congested ground, it tested us out with our contested footy to see how we're going with that as well. So we've got to put all that together today and see how that goes. Yeah,
it's certainly from a couple of years ago, the margins were a lot bigger between the bottom couple sides to the top. So it's certainly evened up, which is fantastic to see. And some of the guys you've brought across, I guess the talking point, probably Adam Amin up forward, who's leading the goal kicking so far with 14. What's he been like up forward, and what sort of what can we expect from him?
Yeah, so I mean, Adam brings so much to the table as far as educating other players are concerned as well. So Adam will talk openly about things that not only what he wants to do, but he'll bring like a defender down with him at training and talk to him about what how he could stop him and what he likes to do and whatnot. So he's been fantastic because he's sort of he's been a missing piece of the puzzle. Not because we didn't. Ben Bronskis has been always a great leader down there. He was an assistant coach last year. He's been terrific, but he had a whole heap of youngsters around him at the same time. So we've been able to bring in Mason Storr. We've been able to bring in Adam Amin and Benny, and those three key targets down forward with a bit of experience, has held us in good stead. So
Yeah, so on I've looked at the footage a little bit of last week's game. Obviously, very impressive. What has that done for the rest of your forward lineup? I suppose it frees up Ben Bronze-Geest, of course. And I noticed Declan McBean, you pushed him into the centre, which I think is an unfamiliar, but maybe to me, who hasn't seen you guys too much, is that a little bit more freedom for him?
Yeah, it probably is more to you. He actually played on ball all year last year.
Oh, okay, that's my bad then.
That's okay. But Declan, we know, along with Dale Hare, is a type of player that we can throw forward and hopefully can isolate them even sometimes as well, and they can get dangerous. We know that when Declan played against Chirnside last time, that he didn't have an amazing day playing around the ball, but as soon as we threw him forward, he turns the game. So, it's nice to have that flexibility, but at the same time, we've got to find the system where they actually complement each other and it works, because it doesn't always necessarily work. It can be a little bit too one-player focused or two-player focused, as opposed to how we transition the ball into the forward line, and it doesn't matter who's there. We're aiming to be on the end of it. So, yeah.
And the other question that I had, Craig, given that this is your second year now in Division 4, what sort of, misconceptions or myth-busting did you go through last year about Division 4 footy? What did you learn, and what preconceptions did you dismiss?
I actually had this conversation during the week with a potential guy who was going to come down. He came and had a run with us during the week, and he'd played more Premier Div 1 sort of footy. And after training, he goes, geez, it's actually pretty good. And I said, yeah, same deal. I'd been at Bronya for all those years, wasn't really sure about what it was. And I guess the misconception out there is, the skills are going to be terrible, or, it's going to be just rough and tumble and all that sort of stuff. Like, we at Scoresby, and I know plenty of the other clubs like Chirnside, are a very professional outfit, and what we're trying to do is make sure that we've got that depth and that system that's sustainable, so that, not if, but when we progress, it'll become a matter of, we can keep progressing, and it's a whole club system, not just a once footy system, so yeah.
From that, in same sort of question, I guess, that desire to get up to Div 3, do you have to sort of instill that in the boys, or they sort of got that drive already and continuing?
They're very hungry. I had to kind of stop hearing about what Scoresby used to be, so I've basically put a stop to that. I've said, I don't want to hear what we were. I want to hear what we're going to be. That's the talk now, because we can't help where we are right now. That's just the reality of where we are, and where we want to be is not in Division 4 anymore. So, and they get really excited by that. So, and the actions they're taking around the club as a whole club to drive this growth is really, really important. So the fact that we got we got the netball up again. That was driven by some of the senior footballers saying, we've got to make this happen, so we're going out to find people who actually get this happening. The fact we got 19s, up is like the biggest win that we've, 100% brand new people in that team, coaches, players, everyone. But that's been driven by senior players turning up every single week to junior games, showing their face, going to meet blokes, shake their hands, and do things like that. So they're so invested in this club growing, and obviously the final compliment is to say we get the success to progress up the divisions.
And I guess another nice compliment to the side is the fact that, we've spoken about your forwards, but your defence as well has held up over the last 2 weeks, only scoring 54, having 54 and 44 against. So that's obviously a pleasing aspect, and is that something you're obviously going to have to look at today against Chirnside? Yeah,
it actually, by the names that come in, it looks like our forwards are what we've been really focusing on. Sure, we're really happy with the scores we're posting, but primarily our defensive game since I came in the door is the thing that we've had to develop and understand. And it's not just about how we get the ball in our hands in the defensive 50 or wherever it might be, but it's actually how we transition out of that region as well. And that's what's been really pleasing. We're not getting it and bombing the ball straight back out for that re-entry again. We're actually being able to use the ball effectively as we're moving the ball out. So yeah, that's been a huge focus for us. And if I'm being honest, it's something that we're still going to keep working hard at. We've got to keep trying to find new personnel and new systems to be able to get better.
Is this the test, though, today on that defence structure? I know, obviously, credit to the other two teams that you've played, but they're probably not to the calibre of Chirnside. So is this where it goes and see what you can do, whether it go back to the drawing board or change things throughout the match? Yeah,
look, say go to Nunawading, and they had two forwards against us that were really quite strong. So, but two forwards for us, we were able to manage and sort of shut down that two forwards. We're coming up against a side now that doesn't just have two forwards; they've got a whole system down there that's we've got to work out. So, yeah, it's a bit of one-on-one matchups, but it's also actually how we're setting up and preparing before the ball even gets down there to ensure that we're setting ourselves up for more success to stop their flow. So, yeah.
And just on, obviously, Chirnside, you played them multiple times, including that elimination final, but you guys have picked up some players coming into the side. They've done the same. Is there much you can take from any learnings from the meetings you had last year, stuff that they did really well that you're certainly looking to keep an eye on today?
Yeah. full credit to Chirnside last year, the way they turned their season around. I mean, they would have got a few more players back and whatnot, but their game plan completely changed, and we knew that, and I think everyone knew that, to be honest, because they did such a great job. And we just happened to put a plan in place for that final. It just got us across the line, and it worked, but it worked. And they've got a lot of experience and a lot of talent where I can already tell that their game plan is continuing to evolve, and they're continuing to. But at the same time, like we are, they're still learning about each other, and it's just going to keep getting better and better. So, yes, we can take a lot out of it, and a couple of set plays or whatever it might be, we will keep looking at. But at the same time, I think 2024 Scoresby and Chirnside are fairly evolved from 2023. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Craig McKenzie, thanks for joining us in the pre-game. We're looking forward to seeing what the side can put out today. We're loving what Scoresby have done over the last couple of seasons, and all the best.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me. All the best for the call too.
Thank you very much, Craig. The senior coach of the Scoresby Football Club, Craig McKenzie. Very appreciated to have him join us in the pre-game, Jared. And for obviously, if you're very familiar with the league and you know Scoresby's history, it's a much different club, and I think from where they were 10 years ago, they've hit I don't know if you say rock bottom, but they obviously have come back down to Div 4. It's sort of a bit of a reset last year, and what I think Craig McKenzie has done is really start to focus on all areas of the club, and the 19s getting up was fantastic this season. We saw them earlier today. The netball is back. They're looking to try and get back into the juniors. The vets are going strong. Really looking forward to seeing how this continues over the next few years.
Well, I think that's so poignant in terms of what actually needs to be done around the club. I think it's not news to anyone that it is the club, and that's the most important, I suppose, foundations for success. You're not just going to bring in a bunch of recruits and have them, play you into Division 3, 2, 1.
It's a long process, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly. That's not sustainable, and it seems like that he's got his priorities the right way around, does Craig McKenzie, and Scoresby is going to be all the better off for it, and I look forward to their rise through the divisions again. And I really liked his answer to one of the questions in terms of saying he doesn't want to think about what Scoresby was in the past. He's completely future oriented. And there's no point looking back and thinking like, being all woe is me. We're down in Division 4 where we, quote unquote, should be a stronger side.
Yeah, and that's right, and that's really you just have to sort of accept it and move on from that, and then build a side that can push up into the divisions. And like I was asking him, just like I said, the scoring against has been really pleasing for them, and I'm really interested to see the contest today when the pressure does get applied by Chirnside, which I believe it will, how they sort of stand up as a back and what they can do as a side. If the pressure does get on them, what do we do now and how do we adjust?
Yeah, absolutely. It will be fascinating to see, and it's good to have Scoresby here today as well as Chirnside Park. And just walking into the box, I think at the moment is Dave Newlands, the Chirnside Park coach. But Blake Tennant's caught him up at the moment out there.
We've got our own bouncer.
That's right. He's about to enter the box now.
I'm reasonably sure Blake's asking why there's no barbecue.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. But it's good to have Dave Newlands in the box, the Chirnside Park senior coach. Dave, great to be back out here. I think the facilities weren't finished when we were last here in 2022. They look fantastic, and it's great to get down to a Chirnside home game.
Yeah, no, welcome. No, it's really good having the facilities. Unfortunately, no barbecue, but
work in progress, no doubt.
Yeah, they've got a function inside, so it's pretty stretched in this week. So, but no, it's been good. It's really good to have good rooms again. So, yeah.
And how have you seen the start to the season? It was a great contest in round 1 against Kilsyth, the close one, and last week on the winners list. So, yeah, looking forward to today against another strong opponent in Scoresby.
Yeah, it's been a good start. Like playing the top 3 sides that you think will be around the mark for the rest of the year. So it's been good. Round 1 was pretty difficult. Obviously, it could have gone either way. There's a couple of decisions both ways, both sides. So just a good contest, to be honest. Yeah. So and then last week, obviously, we're finding our feet too with the injection of a lot of new players, just finding a bit of form and all that kind of stuff, and getting them to gel. But today's just another test for us. Obviously, Scoresby got us last year in the final, so we had pretty good form coming in. So it's now just a chance to see if we've got processes in place to take care of them.
How has that been? Obviously, recruiting's been a strong talking point over the off-season with some of the guys who've been able to get down to the club from higher divisions. How has everyone sort of gelled in, and is it a bit of a work in progress over the first month or so to get everyone playing together who, a lot of these players haven't played before together?
Yeah, it's definitely... the bonus is a lot of them are mates, so they actually know each other, they follow each other in footy and all that. So Trent Castledine probably the one that's come from somewhere South Belgrave, obviously, with Lee Odermatt, but all the other boys tend to know each other, so they've been around with us as a group for a while, and a couple more came from Murrelbach, obviously, and Thatch coming across this year, who was at Murrelbach when we were there, so... it's just, it's going to take a few weeks to play our best football. Obviously, we're just still working what our best football is in regards to the talents there, but just the structures and maintain them. So, but I think as we turn towards the bye, after that, we should be pretty much in place to play our best footy.
Dave, I've been a massive supporter of yours over the last couple of seasons, just in what you're doing and in what was Ryan saying about obviously having that sort of, I guess, that... the people coming into your club, and I know you're saying mates follow mates, but it's obviously a bit driven by coaches and yourself to see the holes in your lineup. And I sort of feel this year probably is your best chance, because I feel like the way you've recruited, all pieces of the puzzle have been, I feel, put together. Is that a fair assessment, or do you feel like there might be another spot you might jig?
No, I think you're right. I think we've looked at what we could have done better in the last bit. I think injury, we were ravished with injury in the first 10 games last year, and then obviously winning 10 in a row was great, but it was, I think the bye just coming in and all that sort of just broke momentum. Obviously you keep it rolling, but we sort of identified areas that we thought might have lacked in that final, that older heads sometimes can play a bit of a part in that as well. So the bonus is, well, we've got basically five blokes under 20 out there today with us, so we've had 14 of our under 19s coming up, plays reserves and seniors, which has been good, who've experienced finals as well. So definitely injected a bit of youth, but also a bit of wiseness, I guess, across the board. So, yeah.
And in that first game that you played against Chirnside, it was obviously a very tight game. And then in the next game, you scored 106, and Lee's obviously up to sort of 7 goals there. So in that second game, though, you seem to share it around a little bit more. It sort of seemed like you struggled in that first game to find that sort of forward option.
I think it was like I said before, the structure, trying to maintain the structure. I think the first game, to be honest, we played on talent rather than played on structure and process. And the second game, we went back to just leave the ego in the door. We're all 22, run out and have a go, and that's what really changed it for us. So, yeah, the boys played really well. Like, Whitehorse came flying home, but obviously kicking downhill on that ground is it's like Andrew and the boys played really well in the last quarter, but yeah, it's a bit of a ground to play on. So yeah.
I've got a couple of questions about specific recruits, I suppose. I'm interested to see where they're going to fit into the lineup. The first is the bloke from Nunawading, Peter Cassidy-Marsh. He's, I think I was a bit surprised to see how big he was when I looked at the footage. I think I assumed he was sort of your general in the midfield. What sort of a role is he going to play for you guys?
Yeah, he's been playing through the midfield, so him and just more of a true old-fashioned centreman, I guess. So he's sort of taken on that role. Finding it hard to adjust, obviously coming from Nunawading, where he was probably like one of the main guys to us, where we like to share it around a bit more. But to his credit, he's been every week at training. He's just wanting to change, and he's been really a great contributor on and off the field, like with the young boys, teaching them sort of different things as well. So yeah, he's been really well. So him and Warren Schmidt work really well together. So 2 bulls out there. So yeah, it's been good.
Indeed, and another bloke who I identified in the footage that I saw of last week, Mitch Skeen. He looks. You were playing him on the outside. He looks like he could go inside as well. He looks like he could be another bull also.
Yeah, definitely. Mitchy's come off a couple of years apart from Warren with injuries. It's more just trying to get a continuity back in him football-wise, and then he's definitely an inside midfielder that could go in there comfortably, but we're just sort of easing him back, get the body through 3 or 4 games in a row, then push him back into the midfield.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And just sort of like looking more bigger picture, I suppose, what did you learn from the elimination final loss against Scoresby last year?
I just think they did their homework on us, obviously. Watched us pretty well for the last few weeks and studied how we played our game plan. So we've pretty much changed our game plan up quite a lot now. So I think we're probably a bit too predictable because we had to rely on the same process every week. Obviously, it was working, which was great, but unfortunately, it allows other sides to break you down. So I think we're probably a bit too predictable last time, and we kept going down the line quite a lot. So they studied us very well. So
is there really much you can take from it? Because obviously you've had a lot of changes.
Yeah.
They've made some changes too. So both sides have obviously, and you said, different game plan this year. Is it almost a bit of a fresh start, and this is your first real chance to have a good look at it?
Yeah, 100%. I like, obviously the names are still there, but they might throw them in different spots and all that kind of stuff. And we've gone back to a system where we think it'll work pretty well and mix a few things up. Unfortunately, Thatcher's not playing today, so but it gives an opportunity to someone else. So the depth now is increased. So I think they're in the same boat. Sometimes we just got to find blokes that'll play to the system rather than get touches. Just follow the game plan. So to be honest, we watch the footage and all that, but it's hard to tell who's doing what. But I think it'll be back to square one and see how we go.
Dave, we really appreciate your time in the pre-game to come and have a chat with us. The club's going very strongly, and very excited to see how they go today against another good opponent in Division 4.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, mate.
Much appreciated. Dave Newlands there, the senior coach of the Chirnside Park Football Club. Both clubs today are in some really good form, coming off an elimination final last year, these two meeting. And I've liked what Chirnside Park have been able to do on the recruiting front. And you mentioned some of those names. Even a Ficcarelli, who we didn't speak about, is another big one who I didn't think he'd come back to Div 4 after finally getting out with Sylvan, or he's come back down anyway. He was playing at Croydon before that. But great to see him this afternoon. He'll be one to keep an eye on too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very keen to see. I mean, he's always good to watch. He's always going to be able to find space in the
He's a
midfield.
character too.
He is, yeah. He loves a good celebration as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing the duo of him and Odermatt. That's going to be fascinating because Odermatt's going to be leading out of the forward line, bringing defenders with him, creating that space that Ficcarelli just can use so well. And I think Scoresby are going to have to be really on their toes defensively today.
Absolutely.
I think the only thing with Lee is like I said, they really struggled in that first game. He was probably scored the majority. I think he might have scored whatever he scored for, 3 goals or whatever it was. But just if Scoresby can get a hold of him, then finding those other options. And like I said, they did share it around a lot better in that second game. It's just what they do up there in that forward line to find those goals.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot to look forward to this afternoon. All the action kicking off at 2:20 p.m. But let's go around the grounds again. We're talking about Premier Division. The one game that we didn't really discuss was East Ringwood versus Doncaster East, which is a 4:45 p.m. start. I think a few of us are actually going down there after this game, hearing from some of the boys. So it's a real good contest because both sides were probably the most hyped over the off-season with their recruiting, Scott. East Ringwood had a really impressive win last week, and some of those guys were the ones that were leading the show in Trey Bennell, Jamie Bennell. He actually also got the Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Week with a big grab against South Croydon, and they looked like a strong outfit that doesn't have a whole lot of weaknesses in any area of the ground, East Ringwood. And as good as Doncaster East have been with their recruits and bringing in that ex-AFL talent, I think East Ringwood at home are probably the one to beat this year.
Yeah, and it puts Doncaster East in not the most ideal start to a season if they do go down. They obviously then go to 0-2, but next week they have, who do I say they've got next week? Norwood, I think they play next week. So, look, they would love to pinch the 4 points from it, turn it into and potentially into a 2-1 sort of start to the season by end of 3. But yeah, look, it's going to be a challenge. East Ring continuing that form, and it's great to see for their football and for their football club.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, for me, all eyes will be on Michael Wen today. I'm fascinated to see how he goes for Donny East there against that deadly ruck duo of Mundy and Swears Biolek. When Norwood played East Ringwood a couple times last year, Wen didn't play one of those games, but he was best on in the game
when
that
they won,
did play.
actually.
Yeah, when they won.
Yep.
But he was only against Hannon Mundy that day. Adam Swears Biolek wasn't playing. So this is going to be a big challenge for him. But he's going to have quite a bit of support, though, around him, of course, now playing for Donny East.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, as you said, he's probably the last piece of the puzzle for Doncaster East, and they've been looking for another ruckman after Zach Clark left a couple of seasons ago. So they've got to get it, on a roll too, because after a loss against Noble Park at home, which is one you would have penciled down, so important to finish in that top 3, get double chance, because if you don't, it's going to make it hard come finals, and they found out that the hard way as well. Both sides did.
But Tim O'Brien as well last week with 3 goals against Norwood, pleasing sort of start. So he just needs to continue that form this week as well. But yeah, geez, it's going to be quite the contest for them, I think.
Yeah, I reckon they'll pack in a big crowd there, Eastland Reserve. 4:45 p.m. That's one to watch.
Is that so? Does that qualify in Ray's sort of twilight sort of zone? Like, is the scoring going to be as big as we think?
I'm not sure. He doesn't like the scoring in night games.
Yeah.
Well, last night he was proven right again. Ringwood had the 10 goals, and that was enough to win. And Heathknight managed just 3. So they are lower scoring games, but it sounded like
Ringwood did a number on them, though, and had control throughout most of that game.
We will get to that game quite
shortly.
But the Oracle, as always, sends through his tips, and having a look at Premier Division or her, we don't know who this is. I just get the email each week from the Oracle. The Oracle has...
How did they get your email?
I don't know. It's up on the website, so that might be why. But the winners for Premier Division, according to the Oracle, Blackburn to defeat Berwick, Noble Park to defeat South Croydon by 3 points, Roval to defeat Norwood, Baldwin to defeat Vermont, and East Ringwood to defeat Doncaster East. So I think he or her could be right on a few of those. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I reckon so. Noble Park and South Croydon was the one game that we didn't really touch on, and I think it's going to be fascinating. I think that Noble Park will win, not by much necessarily.
No Blake O'Leary this week, who kicked 4 in their win against Doncaster East, but that's VFL related. A few sides are going to be affected by that when they have the inclusions or players coming out, so that's one to keep an eye on. Division 1 today, a couple of interesting games. I think the 2 big ones are Montrose Mitcham and North Ringwood Park Orchards. I think Bayswater Wantirna South, Beaconsfield Mooroolbark, Doncaster South Belgrave, you could probably tip those ones with probably a bit of ease.
Bayswater Wantirna South. Who are you going to tip?
I think Bayswater. And the Oracle actually has Bayswater by a point. I think Wantirna South, and they lost a couple of big players, Jake Dinez, O'Keefe, I think there was another one as well this week, who come out the side. They're going through a bit of a transition. Bayswater were back on track last week. I think it's a close.
It's a horrendous start if they go down though for Wantirna South.
Well, it'll be 0-3.
0-3. Like, they just can't afford it. I just don't think they're in that position. I'm actually tipping Wantirna this week for that game.
Do you think they bounce back?
I do. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, well, you have to at some stage, but I think just this is crucial. A really turning point against a side that is playing good footy, but is winnable against. They're not sort of at the peak of the top. So I think this is the clear game for them.
It was Quinn Clark was the
Quinn
other
Clark,
out for,
the recruit as well. So
Wantirna
that's a big loss.
Which is going to be tricky for Wantirna South. I have Bayswater in this one personally. It's going to be very tricky for Wantirna South to be able to get the score on the board. I think Bayswater at home, that's always very difficult to score against, and losing a player like Clark's, it's going to be bad for their structure, I would have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And we sort of put Bayswater on notice after their Week 1 performance against North Ringwood. To only kick the 4 goals at home and get absolutely thumped by a side they were very close to last season would have been really disappointing. But they responded last week on the road, back at home, had some big crowds too. The women's for Bayswater playing their first game since they've re-entered the competition. I drove past there earlier today, and that looked like the ground was already full. So if you're heading there, head there now, because you might not get a spot at Bayswater Oval. Moving on, Montrose versus Mitcham, North Ringwood Park Orchards. I think these are the 2 really interesting games. We saw what Montrose did last week. We don't need to go into it too much because we've pretty much talked that to death over the last week. But they were outstanding, and the way they move the ball really strong. They've got Garthwaite up forward, who is playing as well as he could. He's kicked 16 goals from 2 games and probably could have a few more if he didn't pass them off. Down back, they're so well set up. Bo Tennant was fantastic last week. Riley Hams. I'm in love with Montrose at the moment. I love what they're doing. And I think it's going to be a tough ask for Mitcham, who just haven't quite hit their straps in the early stages of the season to go over there and pinch a win.
I was going to say, if you were Mitcham, you were hoping last week was going to be a really hard-fought contest, and it didn't turn out that way. So I think they'll have a lot of well-rested bodies, or more rested.
Second half was a no contest almost.
Than probably what they would have. Pleasing football to see from Montrose, and that win just last week, exceptional. I know you guys have spoken about it. I wasn't obviously present, but it needs to be noted that victory victory, it has to be one of the best. And yeah, for a side that's coming up against Mitcham, they'll just take that with full confidence.
Absolutely.
Neil Winterton spoke. I spoke to him for my article in the pre-season. He mentioned one of the areas that Mitcham need to improve on is their lapses in games, and I think it's not a great sign when you see Mooroolbark really coming back at them during the second half. I think the game was probably out of the question. Or is it the second? I think it was the last quarter, in fact, not even the second half. Mooroolbark came back at them, and it just wasn't. It wasn't the lockdown sort of job that Mitcham needs to be able to do, even against a side like Mooroolbark. They obviously won, but it's tricky. It's a tricky trend.
The third quarter. Sorry, just to interrupt. So you're right on the money. They kicked 5 goals to 1, but then in the final, Mitcham ended up kicking 4 goals anyway, instead of 3, and stabilising a little bit.
But it's still a lapse, and I think that's still an issue. And you can't. He's not going to be able to, or Mitcham's not going to be able to afford that against a team like Montrose. They're going to have to be on from the get-go and putting the pressure on, getting numbers to the ball. Making sure that they've got they're disrupting as much of Montrose's ball movement as possible.
The lapse probably came because they were up at halftime 64-14.
50 points.
Yeah.
And it got back to 6 points at one stage early in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So that's what I guess you're pointing to, that to
100%.
let a side in like that after you've got the foot on the throat, you've got to finish them off.
Especially against like you're saying, against the quality opposition that you will face.
Well, they'd lose that,
Yeah, 100%.
That's right. And North Ringwood Park Orchard's the other one I think is going to be a really important game to have a look at. North Ringwood have really impressed me, despite not winning last week, and they just fell short against Beaconsfield. But we all rate Beaconsfield, and I think they're a contender, the Eagles. But they come against Park Orchards, where probably the Sharks' first big test. We saw, obviously, a big win against Mooroolbark, which we probably expected at home. Yep. And then last week they do the job against Wantirna South, which again I think we would have predicted. If they can pull a win away from home at Kimberley Reserve, which is a hard place to score at, they'll be looking pretty impressive 3 rounds in.
Yeah, it's all about North Ringwood's defensive system, I think. And again, sort of similar to Mitcham, what they can do to disrupt Park Orchard's ball movement. Because from what I understand, that's going to be their main strength coming into this year, the way that the speed with which they're able to move the ball. And at a ground like Quamby, as you referred to, that's going to be tricky for them to do. So I'll be interested to see what Paris Harvey can pull out in this very first test, I suppose, for the Sharks. Yeah,
they've got good scoring at the moment, which is positive for them. They probably struggled with that last year, Park Orchard. So to have that available to them is positive. But yeah, if that pressure then applies in their forward line, where do they respond against, like you said, Ryan, against some good opposition? Pretty evenly matched, I'd say, the game today. I'm going with Park Orchards, just in current sort of form.
Yeah, I'm tipping Park Orchards as well as on that one. Let's jump into Division 2, and last night it was the Parker Cup, and it was Ringwood 10 goals, 10-70, defeating Heathmont 3-4-22 in a bit of a thumping in the end. It was all over at halftime. It was about 57-13, and really impressed with the way Ringwood have started. And I think you've been speaking to a couple of people who were there last night, Scott, and to go 3-0 after having probably a disappointing year last season. They look, sort of set to, make their mark on 2024, the Redbacks.
Yeah, by the sounds of it, I'm glad I wasn't there. I think they're a little bit critical of what we've been saying previously about them. So, understandably, they've started like a house on fire, and credit to them. That's obviously a really good pre-season, has led into what has been a great start to the season. Obviously, last year was a different kettle of fish, and like we were saying before, it's Scoresby and Chirnside. You move on from years gone by, you learn and you adapt and find that winning style, and they've found it in spades at the moment. So yeah, a huge result last night, and a pretty good score for a twilight game.
Well, as you said, for a night game, 10 goals will. Usually that's enough to win it, and even then, Heathmont just never looked in that contest, and great to have Jaden Cairns back for the Redbacks. He, I think, walked away with the Anzac Day medal. A fantastic result for him and the club, and other guys like Tim Jones back in the side. They've just got a bit more experience back in the list, which is going to be really key for them. Quickly, before we go to the ad break, just a couple of tips. Lilydale versus Mulgrave, the Basin versus Croydon. I imagine we're all tipping Croydon. Mulgrave, got a response, Scotty.
Can I just say, this is such an interesting game. I know it's 0-0, but for both sides, it shows where they're at. Obviously, we know Lilydale struggles from last year, but now we're seeing what Mulgrave's struggles are this year, and it's
111 points last week.
It's just where does it place them, and this will be crucial for the club, for Mulgrave especially. If they go down for this loss, then where do you go from there, and what do you have to do? It's sort of almost starting back at square one to go, okay, this is not working whatsoever. So it'll be an interesting contest. I have to back Mulgrave just from obviously last year.
There'll be a response.
It has to be. But like I said, if the pressure is applied directly by Lilydale at the start, it then probably Mulgrave start questioning what is going on at the moment.
That's right.
They have to, Lilydale, if they come out of the blocks, it's going to be a huge effort. But I'm going with Mulgrave.
Yeah, certainly right. And before we go to an ad break, Connor Tilliard's 50th game. He's already a skipper at the club. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs throughout his career. Absolute jet for the Lions. We're going to take our first break here between the Eastland Match of the Round pre-game. When we're back, we'll get stuck into the rest of Division 2.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round, Kimberley Reserve at Chirnside Park versus Scoresby. Round 3 action in Division 4. We'll get to that game, of course. That's starting at 2:20 p.m. Their reserves game here at the moment. It is Scoresby running over the top of Chirnside 13-6-84 to Chirnside Park 6-4-40. Before we went to an ad break, we were talking about Division 2 and we mentioned Mulgrave. Need a response from them today. And they play Lilydale, who will be looking for a... I don't know if you even call them a roughie this week. I think they're well and truly a big chance today, Jared.
Well, I was listening to the preview podcast and everyone was saying, yeah, they're my roughie. Does it mean that they're not a roughie anymore when everyone's sipping them?
Well, yeah, it's one of those things. I just think from what they've shown, they've played two very tough opponents in Boronia and Croydon.
Yeah.
And they've, haven't played a full four-quarter performance, but they've showed signs, and I think that's a big positive for them. They're going to win some games this year. They're not going to go through a year without a win.
Yep.
They'll definitely find a few.
They haven't
this could be
themselves.
the one.
Yeah, they haven't disgraced themselves throughout Div 2 just yet. I think I'm leaning towards Lilydale in this one, but the response does have to come from Mulgrave, and they do have so many quality players. It's really hard to see a situation in which they're not going to play better. I suppose they couldn't have played too much worse than last week, unfortunately, to say. But the home ground advantage at Lilydale is a different beast from what Mulgrave might be used to. It's a very narrow ground. Lilydale will know how to play that pretty well. But I would expect that Mulgrave and their coaching staff would have done their homework on it as well. A lot of factors, obviously, to go into it. I still can't take my eye off Lilydale for this one, unfortunately. I think they would break through for their first win.
Yeah, I can't wait for live scores through the tape for this one.
Yeah, you'll be certainly keeping an eye on that one. Another big game in Division 2 is Templestowe versus Boronia. Boronia 2-0. Templestowe back on the winners list last week after they defeated the Basin with, I think, a 7-0 last quarter.
Yep. At
Templestowe. Bit of a test here for the Dockers. They obviously looking at Boronia. They're pretty much at full strength. Liam Whelan and Ryan White come out of the side this week. But other than that, they've got the depth to cover the losses when they come through, and their stars are on fire. Josh Begley kicked another 6 goals and had 28 touches last week. Mitch Mellis is averaging 30. Max Brasher had 38 last week. There's just, for me, too many players that too hard to stop. And for me, I think Boronia comfortably, and until we see otherwise, they are the benchmark of the competition. And it's going to be who can chase them.
It's like Southborough Grove last year, essentially. Like, we're waiting for them to slip up and have a poor performance. Even if they win a game, for example, this one by 1 point, it's still, that's a win. They know how to win.
Yep.
They're going to keep doing it. The question for Templestowe for me is where they're going to send Alex Brown, because he kicked 4 goals last week. He's a noted defender, however, against such an all-star lineup. So many big names across every line of the ground for Boronia. Where do you fit someone like Alex Brown who can do either?
It's tough, Scotty, because I think last year as well, they got a lot of their goals from the midfield, so they are sort of looking for that big target up forward. But saying that, I mean, you've still got Ben Robertson down there for the Hawks up forward. Begley's been playing forward. Liam Whelan comes out of the side, which is handy, and they bring in Doug Wooten, who I think they've kept Ben Robertson goalless the last time they the two sides matched up last year during the home and away season. So potentially that's a matchup, and you push Brown forward.
Brown forward, yeah.
But for me, it's one of those things to. It's too hard to cover.
Yeah, it is. It really is. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm just looking at the charts, like Begley and Whelan both leading the goal kick 1 and 2 sort of thing. They kicked 21 between both of them and stuff. So, another interesting contest. Again, does Boronia do it comfortably? I don't know how comfortable. They probably win, but again, Templestowe, it's just that contest and how they sort of rate, or how they stack up against Boronia, because that's really is, like you said, it's the benchmark, just to sort of see where you're tracking and whether you need to go back to the drawing board, as Mulgrave found out last week.
Well, yeah, I mean, 100 limb. That's the question. Does that speak more about Boronia or Mulgrave?
Yeah, potentially.
I think a bit of both when you lose by that sort of margin last week. But for me, I think they still get the job done comfortably, 4 or 5 goals.
Yeah.
If Templestowe can really challenge them on their home deck, it is a hard place to travel to and win. So keep an eye on that one today.
It's the scoring, though. That's the issue. Templestowe, you have to look right down the list. So they obviously share it around. But Alex Brown, 4 goals. Actually, they share around. And Dion, 4. Mustafa. So they've got a few scoring options, which is good for them to look at around. But, 2 big leaders at the top.
I think if Templestowe's going to win it anywhere, if they're going to win the game, it's going to be one in the middle for them. They're bigger bodies and strong, powerful midfield.
Yeah, it's 2 different midfields, and they do have a strong midfield, but Baronia have been, probably the benchmark in that area
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
It's a hard one. And then the last game in Division 2 to look at, East Burwood play the Waverley Blues. Put the Rams on notice as well. Put them in the same category as Mulgrave. They're 0-2. It's a new coach, so I understand Justin Witcher's got a bit to work with, and their inclusions have been different each week. They've had 3 or 4 guys come in. Max Will's back in the side, I think, this week, amongst others.
Mariani as well, right?
Mariani's the other big one. So
they're 2 big ins, 2 big leaders.
Yeah,
for the
absolutely.
club.
And they're going to be very important if they are to get the job done against a Waverley Blues side who stormed through Heathmont last week. I think they won by... The game was pretty much over by quarter time. It was 7 goals to 1. And,
70 points or something along those lines.
Yeah, it was a bit of a blowout. So for me, I and Spider on the podcast, bless him, but I think he's, I don't know if he's tipping with his heart or his head, tipping East Burwood. With the form they're in, compare that to East Waverley Blues. Hard to, yeah.
Sorry, it was only the fact that we're talking Waverley Blues, and then it made me look at Heathmont's score for that game as well. Like, they're really, really struggling, aren't they? Like,
Heathmont?
like just with the scoring. Like, they only scored the 4 goals last week.
Yeah.
3 goals yesterday. That's hard.
Well, it's one of those things. I mean, we've talked about their recruits, and Dylan Feltham's one of them. He's started the season on fire for him. I don't know how he went last night, but... they've got those guys from Norwood coming across and a few different players, but they did lose a fair chunk of their list, didn't they, Jaden? You spoke to Scott Hamill in the pre-season, and I mean, guys like the Burley brothers, Van Leeuwen,
Harry Isaacs.
Harry Isaacs is huge. He was team of the year as well. Jed Hansen, so
Campbell Evans.
Yeah, the list goes on. That's a fair chunk of your grand final side out. Playing at different clubs.
And start up 22 players as well. Walk-up starts.
It's just that scoring. It's just, like I said, I've sort of missed the first few weeks. I haven't been around the team calling, and so I probably haven't looked at it as much, been occupied. So it's nice to come down and sit, and then you look at it and you go, oh, yeah, that's a little bit of a worrying time. And I don't know who they've got next week. I'll get back to you on that.
They have Finn Brown coming into the side this week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was there last night, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, they did. Sorry. So
the game has finished. And it didn't work for him.
No, I didn't.
He's a handy inclusion from up forward.
Hopefully he can run himself into some form over the next couple of weeks, and that'll be another option.
Couple of years.
Yeah, he has.
Heathmont going to Lilydale next week. So if Lilydale get the win today, they would go in with extra confidence next week, and then they could be starting the season 2-2 basically by that stage.
We did say at the pre-season there's going to be 2 or 3 sides in this division that we're going to be right under the microscope after round 5, and there's already a couple that are on our watch.
3 that I can think of.
That's right.
Yeah.
Looking at the Oracle's picks in Division 2, had Ringwood defeating Heathmont by 5 goals and scoring 72, so pretty spot on that one. The Oracle also has Lilydale to defeat Mulgrave, interesting. Baronia to defeat Templestowe. Croydon to get it done easily against the Basin, and the Waverley Blues to thump East Burwood. So
that makes sense.
Might be on the money there, the Oracle. But let's jump into Division 3 before we have to go to another break and bring in the call team. Coldstream versus Upper Ferntree Gullies, an interesting one. Both sides undefeated. I've liked what both clubs have done. Coldstream under Jared Bayliss, who is a playing coach, is fantastic to see. And they play an Upper Ferntree Gully side, which has surprised many, including myself, and the guys they've brought in as well. I mean, someone like a Russell Cowan has been best on ground in a couple of performances. I think this is an interesting one. Their biggest test, and going up to Coldstream, which is always a hard ground to play at. Scotty, very big ground. If they pull off an upset here, then the whole division might be on notice.
Yeah, this is really going to show who is the serious contender. I think it is. You said it is at Coldstream. This game?
Is at Coldstream, yeah.
So I would expect Coldstream to win. I think, we saw last year again with Coldstream that those games where it used to always be quite a fortress for them, those games they sort of lost and stuff at home. So I would hope that they get this win and really put a stamp on their season and being that number one sort of contender thus far.
I think this is really going to show how much Upper Gully have improved this year, because we've already seen Coldstream and beat Knox, the other team that have come down from Division 2. Yep. And so it's going to be a tough challenge for Upper Ferntree Gully to come up against a team that seems to have been revitalised after a fairly disappointing year last year at Coldstream. Mitch Edmonds has started kicking goals again. Jared Bayliss is obviously going to be handy. Carrigan seems to have support around him now. It really is looking like a more
it was a one-man show it sometimes last year.
Indeed, yeah, they're looking a lot more fleshed out now, and I'm not sure what Upper Ferntree Gully will have to respond to that. And yeah, I don't know. It's just going to be a very good test for them. We'll know a lot more about both teams after today.
Sorry, Darcy Fritsch, he's on
Darcy
10
Fritsch.
goals as well. So, he's having a very nice season.
Well, that was one thing they missed last year. Obviously, he was VFL listed, and then I think he might have been injured at a stage in the season too. Yeah. So, to have the consistency of him playing each week, and he's going to give you 4 or 5 goals, on a consistent basis, even when they do lose. So, that's certainly a big bonus for them. A couple of other interesting games. Ferntree Gully, Sylvan. Gully need to get going. This is a big one for them. They're 0-2, which was a surprise coming into the season. Oakley District, Fair Park, or the form line of Oakley at the moment compared to Fair Park. I think Oakley get the job done there. Donvale, Warrandyte, similar thing. I think it'd be a tough ask for Warrandyte to knock off the reigning premiers. And then the other game's probably the most interesting one in Knox versus Surrey Park. Two young sides, one coming down a division, one coming up, and now they meet here in Division 3. And both have had positive starts to the season despite both being 1-1. Really good, interesting contest, this one.
Yeah, it is. It's a really big test for Knox, especially. I think, Surrey's got credits in the bank. So for Knox, sort of the way they started, I'd said to Josh Ward, I was impressed with how they got that victory and how easily they did it. Obviously, sort of set back there for 1-1, and now it's like, well, yeah, how do they go in for the next round? Are they 1-2 or 2-1?
That's right, yeah. So certainly looking forward to seeing how that result pans out this afternoon. The Oracle's tips on this one. Coldstream over Upper Ferntree Gully. Sylvan to defeat Ferntree Gully. That would be a nightmare start for Brent Kiker. That's 2022 flashbacks. I
was going to say, it's shades of 2022. Great team, but however,
just can't
not winning.
Pull it together, which would be interesting. Surrey Park Knox has Surrey Park by a goal in that one, which would be a fascinating contest. Has Oakley District and Donvale to defeat Fair Park and Warrandyte in those games. Before we go to our last ad break, the other two games in Division 4, obviously we're here at Chirnside Park for their clash against Scoresby. Forest Hill take on Croydon North Emlock, and Nuttawading take on Kilsyth. And I was trusting the Oracle until I saw this one, that the Oracle has Nuttawading to defeat Kilsyth by 9 points. That would be probably the upset of the year if they get across there. I think Kilsyth too strong. Forest Hill, Croydon North. Forest Hill, very young side. It's a lot of relying on those under-19s coming up. But back at home against Croydon North, who unfortunately have still struggled, probably you'd still favour them at home.
Yeah, you would think so. It is a shot for Croydon North, though. This is the famous Matt Fodier's hunch game from a couple of years ago where he gave Croydon North the nod, and against Forest Hill.
And they won?
At home, and they won. It was the first win of the year for the Kangaroos, I believe. And I think that led into us going up to Hughes Park to look at them against Kilsyth. Regardless, Forest Hill, they just need to it's very tricky for them to.
That's right.
We've got to wrap it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, mate.
No, it'll be an interesting game. We're going to go to our last ad break before we bring in the call team. You two will be part of that this afternoon. You're listening to Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or Facebook and YouTube for the Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And a very good afternoon once again from Kimberley Reserve. Gorgeous day out here for 4th Division footy, our first taste of the big 4th Division this year. And I'll tell you what, we've got a cracking game to get in touch with this afternoon. We've got first versus third. It's Chirnside Park, the home team up against Scoresby, and it should be an excellent game this afternoon. Time to bring in the rest of the call team, and really excited to have this gentleman back. He's been absent for a while on babysitting duties, I believe. But great to have Scott Hardy back in the special comments chair. Scotty, welcome to you.
Yeah, thanks, Besto. Look, there's been child duties, there's been work duties, there's been every other duty, I think, except watching some good football. So, yeah, I'm really excited to be back calling alongside you and BWS especially. So, no, it's great to be down Chirnside. I'm a big fan of theirs, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they put on the park today.
Alongside Scotty this afternoon, a man who needs no introduction, but we better give him one anyway. He's on special this afternoon. Jared Beanland. Jared, welcome.
Thank you so much, Besto. It's my first rodeo on special comments.
Yes. No pressure.
In the entire time. in the entire time that I've been here. So, it's going to be fascinating to see what these two teams will bring to the park today.
Absolutely. The man down the end too has probably the best job or the busiest job of the day, and he keeps us right up to date with all the stats, is Paul Yacconi. Paulie, welcome to you, mate.
Thank you, Besto. And, it's a nice day for it, and, hopefully be a good game.
Not sure if our boundary riders are in position as yet. So before they do, we're going to introduce a man who's sitting next to me. It is so good to have him back in the caller's chair. We've missed him greatly. He was the number one caller. I reckon he probably still is too. BWS, Ben Warren-Smith, mate, welcome.
Well, it's great to be back here in the old caravan, isn't it? Thank you, Besto. Hello, boys. Good afternoon to all the listeners out there. Local footy, it doesn't get much better than that, does it? I haven't been down to Kimberley Reserve for a number of years, and what a picture it is as well, and what a transformation it's been. As I'm spewing, it's been so long between drinks. The club rooms look fantastic. Like, it's a really powerful club down here when you talk about like the women's side of things and the netball and the men's football, everything going strong. I poked my head into the big luncheon in there just about 15 or 20 minutes ago and heard Nugget.
Quick sandwich?
Yeah, free fees.
Tried to sneak a sandwich.
Hamburger?
The only burger on the ground today will be Todd's burger. Got that one out quickly. No, but like just listening to Nugget, and I know he talked to the guys on pre-match, like, they go into today's game really confident, don't they? And look, their start to the year has been good. They only lost narrowly to Kilsyth, but bounced back, and they're going to be one of the top sides this year. There's absolutely no doubt. On their home deck today. they're going to take some stopping, I think, to be honest. I'll go the early crow on my tip. I'm tipping Chirnside Park by 3 goals today. I know Scoresby are the undefeated side, capable of kicking a big score, but at the same time, so are Chirnside Park, and I just think that I'm just going for that good feel situation today. That good to see Fico in the team. I'm glad that Otis is in there. This is a great game to come back and call, some of my all-time favourites. So really looking forward to it, Besto.
All right, indeed. And my tip for the day, I've really ummed and ahed about this all week. I'm going to go for Scoresby, but I think it'll be very close, just on the basis that they've got a couple of pretty handy guys up forward, and Big McBean and Bronze Geist. They've kicked, I think, something like, what did they get, 69 between them last season. And, of course, they've got Adamar Min, who booted 7 last week. So they've got a lot of firepower up forward. But having said that, it wouldn't surprise me if Chirnside got up, but I'm picking Scoresby in a tight one. Jared?
Yeah, I think it's all going to be about ball movement, I suppose, and whether or not Chirnside Park can disrupt Scoresby's ball movement, which they've shown that they've been able to do. I think their press around the ground was very impressive from the footage that I saw, especially the game against Whitehorse. And I think just around the ground, Chirnside Park just have a little bit more quality than Scoresby do.
Chirnside might have a bit of a point to prove too, because of course they got just beaten in that very good semi-final last year. They lost by 3 points, but outside of that, the two sides shared a win each last year. So let's continue to go down the panel anyway. Scotty, how do you see it today?
Yeah, we were speaking pre-game just about Scoresby's defence and the points against, only 54 and 44 for the last 2 games. Now they go up against a really good test in Chirnside, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Scoresby's defence holds up, whether they're tested and those structures, whether they have to move the magnets sort of throughout the day for that. But look, I'm going Chirnside. I think, the home deck, I like how they play, and like I said, big fan of what they're doing down here at the moment. So I go Chirnside by about probably 4 goals.
One and lost in the midfield, as we always talk about, and I'll tell you what, one guy who's going to take a bit of stopping today is Big Fiddly in the ruck. He is an absolute giant, isn't he? For Chirnside, I'm talking about. For Scoresby, sorry, I'm talking about.
Yeah, some big bodies, definitely.
All
around the park as you look out here upon us. So look, it's going to be. They match up both really well, I think, this season, and just the youth within their sides. We go boundary side to Blake for the first time.
2 Blakes, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I had to get the joke underway, I guess, here. But no, perfect conditions out here, Chirnside Park. Been a while since we've been here, boys, as well, so it's always good to come back here. I think you've got it back in Chirnside, after a 1-point loss, heartbreaking for them. Big win against Whitehorse last week. I think they'll be up and about, and Scoresby as well will definitely be as well up and about too. So 2 good teams coming in today, but I think you've got it back in the home team in Chirnside Park. What's your tip, Blakey?
Gents, everyone here, very, very excited to be here. I'm going to back Scoresby, and they've had a few massive wins. Their forwards are in form, and I'm going to back Scoresby to get it done today.
So we've got the 2 Blakes on the boundary. We're not going to get it all confused. Martin and Tennant this afternoon. BWS, I think you just saw the toss. Who won the toss?
Well, I got distracted by it because I was expecting that one of the Blakes was going to. That's why they crossed down to it, that they were going to actually call the toss because it was time for that. So I can't actually say, unfortunately, mate. But, if I had to guess, I'm going to say that Chirnside's kicking to the Maroondah Highway end.
Fair enough, too. We'll go with that. It looks like the players are coming into the middle, so getting ready for a start on this one. I tell you what, just looking at on that Scoresby side, there's some big boys in there, isn't there? Some pretty solid units.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Around the whole contest, if you look from forward to back on both sides, and also what's probably going to test us is no score, like no time over on the far side.
Lucky we've got our own clock.
Yeah, no, it was a fail. Chirnside kick to the club rooms.
You had a 50-50 chance.
Worth a shot.
Yeah. All right, so players coming into the middle. So Division 4 footy. First look at Division 4 this year. Intriguing stuff until the top sides, probably along with Kilsyth. He'll be up there when the whips are cracking. But the umpire's got the ball in the middle, and we'll just wait for everyone to get set. Good conditions out here today. It's sun's just gone behind a cloud at the moment, but it's nice and it's quite mild actually outside. Ground is in perfect conditions. And Ben Warren Smith to get us underway.
First quarter about to start here. And Slattery will go up against Finlay that time. The knockdown came down by Leslie. Got it forward, up towards the half-forward line. First chance to go inside forward. 50 falling over at the crucial stage. There was Castledine. The ball still about 25 metres out from goal. And wrapped up quickly in a tackle there was Justin Ficcarelli, who'll be looking to star today in his... He loves a good TV appearance, Justin Ficcarelli, and he generally can step it up when that time counts. But the umpire throws it up now. Big fly over the back there by Odermatt. Got the fist down. A lot of players around there, so they're going to get a holding the ball decision. Home crowd got that one home. A great tackle there by Ben Slattery. And the big ruckman will go back from 20 metres out and look to put through the first goal of the afternoon.
Immediately, it looks like Trent Castledine will be the stay-at-home forward. Leo Odermatt roaming up the ground as he usually does with Ficcarelli at their feet, creating problems.
So Slattery, 20 metres out, almost directly in front, just comes in and makes no mistake. First goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard goes the way of the home side. It's Chirnside Park 1 straight 6. Scoresby yet to score.
So, terrific start by the Chirnside Park side. Can I change my tip? No, I'm only kidding. Early days, but nice start by Chirnside. And they get the first of the day. But picking this will be a high-scoring game. Both sides have got talent up forward. And with the conditions the way they are, I think the ground is looking superb. So it could be quite a high-scoring game, boys.
And just quickly, Mackenzie is on Ben Brongeist. It looks like that match-up at the moment. So that'll be the test for Tyson today.
So the Bronze Geese name's one that's synonymous at Scoresby. Seems to have been around for absolute ages. As the umpire comes back to the middle to get us back underway. Good crowd out here too. It's Kimberley this afternoon.
Hard to find a car park.
You didn't get the VIP spot. Up it goes. The umpire throws it up. Up they fly. Finley got the tap down. That'll be plenty of. We'll see plenty of that today. Ball into the contest. Diving on it there was Skeen, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Finley almost uncontested there in that ruck contest.
So up it goes again. Where's Finley this time? He might have got beaten to the punch that time by one of his teammates. Number 34 is Robinson. So they're going to do the ruck work today. Scoresby try to go forward for the first time. Socket off the ground there by one of the Scoresby players. Still there, bouncing around all over the place. Good tackle over there. The tackle made by one of the Chirnside players. And we'll have a ball up again. I think it's a free kick to Chirnside, so it must have been holding the ball.
Short passes on, and the mark's been taken by Harper just inside the black line. So black boundaries here today. Short pass again, just scraped in there was Lee Odermatt, who's come a long way out from goal. So still across the half back line here for Chirnside. His eyes are looking sideways and backwards. That's the way Lee's going to go this time. So they'll try and create a bit of a switch here, maybe. The Panthers, the short passes on, doing it in bits and pieces at the moment. Sort of, they've lost 20 metres or so. So Gray, he's going to lose another 25 metres. He goes back, finds Burt. Short passes on. Neat spot to Bally. Bally now out towards the wing position. Well, they were outnumbered there, but Odermatt did really well to create the spoil, and he got the handball away. Tackle in the middle goes back to Odermatt on hands and knees. Little handball up. Finlay might get advantage here. In fact, Odermatt gets a free kick for a push in the back. So had a bit of an early Lee on the left boot. Familiar kick. That's a beauty as well. Out in front, Ficcarelli a little bit too far out to score. So he goes towards the forward pocket. Big there. The big fly there was from Castledine. The big man couldn't quite get there. And over the boundary line, she goes for a boundary throw-in. We've gone 3.5 minutes here in the first term on the Eastland match of the round, and it's Chirnside Park leading by 1 straight kick.
Magpies gave away the free kick, unluckily in the middle there, because they had numbers all around the ball. It was just that one mistake that cost them this entry inside 50.
So a significant combination with Odermatt and Ficcarelli getting together, two of the most experienced players, and if that happens a few times, Chirnside could have a bit of a few problems as a little handball comes out. Chirnside trying to chop inside on the hands there of Burt. Burt goes across the ground, finds a teammate there in Gray. Gray pops it out wide. They're going from side to side, but they need to start going forward, and they've turned it over here. Scoresby putting plenty of pressure on them. They've turned the ball over, but a big tackle coming in there. That was Clavant who made the tackle. We've got 2 Clavants today, so that's Josh who made the tackle, and he's got the free kick as well. So good work. Just in the centre square, or near enough to the centre circle. In fact, out here, Quick plays on quickly. Ficcarelli, I think it was, he got taken, but the ball's been unloaded. Now it comes forward. In fact, it was Downey. And it's been intercepted back in the Tim de Geest in the defensive 50 for Scoresby, and they'll take it forward.
So de Geest goes sideways, finds Dylan Lowe. Short passes on right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Here's Mumen Amen. Kicks it up the boundary line. It was a scrappy little kick. Made Dale Hare a bit frustrated because it probably should have hit him on the chest, and we'll have a boundary throw in here.
Speaking of Amen, Todd Berger matching up with Adam Amen. He's kicked 12 goals for Scoresby this season, so he'll be a test for him down forward there.
Yes, Todd Berger, the man formerly from Forest Hill.
Did he play in that 2017 Premiership?
He certainly did.
I think he did, yeah. I seem to remember that.
High out, throws it in. It was a shallow one, but it worked out okay for Declan McBean, whose kick was half smothered off the boot. It came out towards the Toby Richards direction. Picked up nicely there by Robinson, who was grabbed straight away, but the umpires said it was a little bit too high, and the kick goes in the middle of the ground. That was a good one too. Spotted up Kazazita. Over the top he goes. They're linking up well here. Going forward now on the right boot was Marshall. Inside forward 50. It goes in towards the forward pocket, getting a hand on it, and a timely one was Berger, the man we were just talking about. And over that she goes for a boundary throw-in.
You're going to be one of the best matchups to watch, I think, just to see how they hold up against Scoresby's forward line.
So I thought I'd throw it on the far side. One thing we didn't check, or unless I wasn't listening at the time, about the wind down there. So maybe if the boys on the boundary could just, doesn't look to be too much to speak of, but let us know if there's any significant breeze down there as the ball comes in. And it's a free kick going the way of Chirnside. And so they'll be able to take it off half back in the hands there of Downey. He's had it a couple of times in the early stages, Downey. Puts it onto the right boot as the sun comes back out. It's a Kimberley Reserve, fires it forward, but there's only really Scoresby players back there. Or in fact, Chirnside have got their hands on it still. Great work there as they go forward again inside 50. Bouncing around, can they get, there's a Scoresby player getting back, and he'll see it through, hope for a minor score. But it was a bit dangerous here for a moment, but there just wasn't anyone forward.
Boundary.
Ball as we get into Blake Tennant, who's on the boundary.
Yeah, just a question there, Besto, about the wind and breeze. There's a little bit coming our way this bit, but not too much. So not too much wind, but there is a little bit down our way.
Thank you, Blakey.
Kazazada goes short now. Walnarek on the right boot, spots up. Brian Hicks, one of the favourite sons of the Magpies. Still in the defensive arc, weighing up his options. So he'll go short to Geist, made space.
Happy to not rush it, are they, Scoresby? Looking for that chip and trying to find that open player, but Chirnside doing an exceptional job to shut him down.
Yeah, you're right, spot on there. Amin goes for the switch now. They had a little bit of time. The kick didn't quite hit the target, but the Magpies are away. The driving kick goes up towards the wing position, and it was an absolute beauty as well. They've got players running through the middle. Nicely done this time there by Armin. Goes up towards inside 50. Bouncing ball towards Bronzegeist. It's not how the big man wants it delivered to him. He's made to work really hard for it. Gray's right on his hammer. Boundary line beats all players, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
Geez, I couldn't have timed those comments better, could I, there, BWS? So chip, and then open and off they went. I was hoping a mark and then a goal, and it would have really set me on fire.
The old commentator's curse.
8 minutes gone here in the first term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here on the Eastland match of the round. 7-point lead to the home side. Charging through there was Cooper Denny, brought to deck, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Magpies goal line.
So where's Big Finlay? He's there as the umpire sends it high. Up they fly on the ruck. Free kick. It was Bronzegeist. He took it out of the ruck. And almost a 25 as Bronzegeist put the boot to the ball. But the whistle has gone, and the umpire, I think, is going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
He's very lucky there. I think that was every bit of 25 because the whistle blew and then he kicked it after it.
You're a harsh man, BWS.
Harsh but fair.
Harsh but fair. Chirnside go down the line. No mark taken, though. The ball on the ground as it's bouncing around all over the place. And Scoresby get their hands on it again. Here they come again. Is that Musa Amin, I think, as he puts it forward and it's been taken. In fact, that's Musa Amin with the footy now. And he's taken the, in fact, free kick going the way of Chirnside. So defensive free kick for them, just about in the centre circle again as they go forward. It's been Scoresby have had the better of the early stages. It's Ficarelli. He's taken on the ground and a good tackle. And the umpire says we'll ball it up just outside 50. Out here at a very picturesque Kimberley Reserve this afternoon. So just the one goal so far, 1-1-7 to no scores. We go into Paul, who's in the stats centre today.
Yeah, Chirnside Park have certainly brought the heat early. They lead in the tackles 8-4.
Tim de Geest on the left boot. He's had a few touches early, kicks it in towards the middle of the ground, and the foot race in shoes. First player to meet the pill that time was Harper. Doubled back, got the handball over the top to Bird, and now the Panthers are on the way up towards the half-forward line, using his body nicely. That time there was Finlay, but the boundary line comes over. And
big hit by
popping
Walnarek.
one there. Brownfield was... it was Walnarek getting into bloody Lee Odermatt. Don't do that to the legends of the game, do you? Getting a free kick. You're just as likely to go back and slot this one home and rub it right in here, Lee. We're right behind him here.
He's just about in the car park. He'll do well to kick this.
He needs
a few words of encouragement from the brethren, and he goes after it, and he wanted it, but he missed a lot. Absolute shonk. So out of bounds on the full it goes. No change to the score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 1-1-7. Chirnside Park. Scoresby yet to score as they bring the ball back in. Nice and short that time. Mark's been taken by De Geese, the skipper. Switches it across. That was okay. Hare. Kick was smothered, but he had enough skill to go back after it and get the other kick away, which still was a bit rough. And going after it there was Richards. He was thrown to the ground by Warren Schmidt. And the umpire said, let's go. It's a free kick, and I think it might be 25 metres to boot as well. They still go on with it, the boys. But
Dale has started this game really well, I would say. He's been just about everywhere, had maybe 5 or 6 touches, and they want the ball in his hands as they get another 25-metre penalty. Yeah. 50 in total.
Another one,
double.
They reversed it.
They've reversed it. I tell you what, Dale here will have to be careful, though, because having said he's played well, but he's just throwing his weight around a wee bit. He's getting a bit stroppy as the mark is taken there by Odermatt. Once again, long up the ground. Great kick, and beautifully found. It's Ficarelli. In fact, it's King, who takes the mark. And he'll go back with Chirnside, an opportunity to get their first score. And they should get their first score, but for them, let's hope it's a major one.
What a kick by Odermatt to find the player there.
Class, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything he does is class, yep. Must be a joy to have him in the team with service like that. So here's the kick on its way from King. Left footer. It looks all right, but it's heading left, and it goes through for a minor score. So wasted opportunity, the first score of the day for the Chirnside Park side.
That's their third, mate.
Oh, third, sorry. So I'm looking at the wrong side of the scoreboard, sorry. So it's a 1-2-8 playing no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had just over 12 minutes played.
Kazazada. Sensational surname. Takes off as well. Galloped a little too and kicked it every bit of 55 metres, and there's a free kick going the way of Chirnside Park again off the ball. I think it's Slattery that's got this one. No, it's not. Right in front of the coach's box out there. So they just need to just settle down a little bit, Scoresby. A lot of frustration coming through at the moment. Kazazada. Let's cross to Paul Yaconi on the stats bench.
The free kicks in this first quarter are 10-1 the way of Chirnside Park already. So
10-1.
While we're at it, we'll cross down boundary side quickly.
Yeah, it's just the rule there. Bit of a few appropriate words to the umpire, so that's probably why the umpire reversed that. So a bit of niggle going, a little talking we've noticed to both players. So a bit of spice going on here, boys.
Don't want the hot heads as Musa Amin. Free Amin's playing today as the kick goes out wide and finds Cooper Denny. One of a few Magpies wearing the long sleeves today. Him and Dale Hare. He goes backwards. And spots up his teammate there in Walnarek, who finds Kazazada the other side. So scoreboard side of Kimberley Reserve out here. Come down. Plenty of space. There is a good crowd in. Marshall uses Kazazada, who ran straight into a tackle of Matty King, and he's been rewarded as well. Will he go back and put this one through? He looks for Ficarelli, who had 3 players to beat in the end. The kick had to be perfect. It wasn't, and it was chopped off by Toby Richards. So Richards goes across there. De Geest had to use his opposite side that time, so the kick didn't quite hit the target. Slattery, handball backwards, kick by McKenzie, inside forward 50, but it wasn't crash hot, and over she goes out of bounds on the full.
Probably had a little bit more time than what he thought there, and just put it on the boot and out on the full.
Scoresby were very quick to respond to that turnover there. They got back defensively very well. Didn't quite make it work, though.
No, but their defence works really well together. You can see with those chip kicks to each other, they're happy to take the time, and understandably why they had so few scores against.
So taking an age, it's like we've all just stopped out here to get the footy back, and Scoresby eventually will send it forward. They've certainly had the better of the game so far. Long kick forward, up they fly. No mark taken. Odermatt was there, but he got beaten to the ball, and it's knocked out of bounds just in front of the club rooms over there. Great facilities out here at Chirnside. It's been a few years since we've been out here, but the ground looks superb.
Notice they don't have a clock.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, BWs.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
My thoughts exactly.
So, and it goes. Ball goes to the ground. Rush forward there by Robinson it was. Still in the contest, and they'll go inside 50 here. Scoresby, can they get a mark? Here's De Geest, who tries to get it. It's been knocked forward. In fact, Chirnside will get out of this. Maybe they won't. As the ball is taken, that'll be holding the ball. No umpire says benefit of the doubt. Still in there, Scoresby trying to get hands on it with Corcoran. And in the end, they just all dive on the ball like a 4-year-old lolly scramble at a kid's party. The umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Oh, lolly scramble.
Who out there's the pinata then?
The old lolly scrambles. They don't have those anymore because
No,
the PC
no.
brigade has forced those out as the ball comes into the contest again. And the good tackle there from number 9 in Leslie.
Just a lolly bag nowadays.
That's right, yes.
Best
Bring
just
back the
hand
lolly
it.
scramble.
Thank
I
you.
want the good old days. Up they fly. It's a good hit out again by Leslie. We're going nowhere here. The ball's just in the one place. But now finally Chirnside look to get a bit of space. But
Great
Scoresby
tackle.
have got it now.
Oh,
Min
great tackle.
has been taken and a good tackle. That was excellent work there by Matt King. And he's got himself a free kick.
So Matty King will wind around on the right boot here. Squeezed it across the face line of the middle. Gray goes even wider. Swinging around now.
Oh.
This way, that way. A little bit indecisive, but the lead up comes this time. And a big fly there by Finley, who just had that, that 10-metre dash, that extra speed, and got in front, and he'll have a shot for goal about 45 metres out. So Billy Finlay.
Strong
Finlay.
mark. Yeah. Finlay.
Let's go Finlay.
All right, we'll stick with it.
I've just realised we've got a Finlay and a Finlay. A Finlay and whatever. We've got one of each anyway.
So in comes Billy. That's what we'll go with. Billy slams it home, and there's a second on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to Chirnside Park. They lead at the 17-minute mark of this first term by 14 points. All the scoring's gone their way. 2-2-14. Scoresby yet to score.
It was a great entry by Chirnside Park. They found the space right there while there were plenty of Scoresby players around. Just managed to put it right where the ball needed to be. Let's go down to the boundary side, however, with Blake Martin.
Pemberton's just come off for Chirnside Park with an issue out of his left eye.
Ooh, left eye.
That can't be
Hear
good.
that.
Good. Took a while for that second goal to come about. Scored it at the 1 minute mark, so quick, and now 16 minutes played. So it's hopefully a few more goals come just before the end of this first quarter.
So back in the middle as we get to, once again, the umpire just taking an absolute age. If you could just speed it up, please, up. We're going to be dark soon. As he makes his way into the middle.
The light structure.
You leave old mate alone.
Up it goes. I mean, I know, we're in no hurry, but nicely done there by Slattery out of the middle. Leslie it was, sorry. And we'll have another secondary ball up because that's not going to get cleared out of there.
The umpire might have been checking for a few extra lollies on the ground there before he threw it up there, Besto.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say that now.
Thank you, thank you.
On the ground. I just stopped myself in the nick of time as Chirnside try to get it out. It's all a bit messy, and what's going to happen here? It's been picked up by Scoresby as they'll try and go forward again. Little handball out. McBean ran past it on the ground, and we'll have a whistle free kick, I think, is going to go the way of Chirnside again.
The tackling pressure by Chirnside in their defensive sort of half there really stands out. It's normally either a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 tackle.
So they go up the line, almost a mark taken there by Slattery. He had it for a moment, but then he lost it, and it's been turned over to Geese now to go forward. In fact, he's gone backwards for the moment, finds a target, and Marshall. They're going right across the other side of the field, but that should have been taken over there, but Chirnside will get away with it. Big number 31 over there is Downey. He's had a bit of it today as he goes down the line and finds a target. So just a bit of indecision, and they get an overlap run on the outside, so they'll go forward now as they kick down the line, but that's going to be intercepted nicely. Great work by Bailey Marshall coming across, and Scoresby will go forward again.
Yeah, so Marshall goes in towards the middle of the ground. The kick had to be good, and it was, and over the top here, McBean's away. On the right boot, up towards the half-forward line. This is their best entry so far. Scoresby, one-on-one contest, using his body there nicely. There was in, but he right on his tail and letting him go nowhere. Todd Berger sees the ball go over the boundary line and out of bounds, 45 metres out from the Scoresby scoreline.
Yeah, you said it right, BWS. It was the first, proper good entry, but even then, the kick was wayward. They're struggling to get it past that centre line, Scoresby, and when they do, they're not doing themselves any favours with their disposal.
I think also just the pace of Berger in that matchup against Armin. He sort of had him quite easily beat there.
It looks like a mismatch, but it seems like Armin relies a lot on his leading power, and Berger has the pace to go with him.
High throws it up, and he's paid a free kick this way of Scoresby. Surprised there aren't a few more Bronx cheers because they haven't seen too many of those here in this first term. So it'll be a free kick going the way of Plum Ridge, who almost seems like he's going to back himself in from here. Looking around a little bit. He's going to take every bit of his best to put this one through. Sporting one of the most common haircuts you see everywhere these days. Comes in, and he absolutely shanked it out of bounds on the full. So Still no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We were into time on here in the first term on the Eastland match of the round, and it's a 14-point lead to Chirnside Park as the kick goes out towards Odomat direction. Got a hand on it, but couldn't pull the mark down. Amin got the handball over the top. That was good. He was Hare. Hare linked up with Plumridge. Plumridge got it to McBean. McBean found out his teammate there in Coulthard. Can Coulthard put one through? He squeezed it back, but just didn't have enough purchase on the ball. And the first blemish, the first score, so it's a start for Scoresby, goes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are one behind, trailing by 13. Chirnside Park 2-2-14. So we go to Paul Yaconi.
The inside 50s in this first quarter are 10-6 Chirnside Park's way.
I feel like a lot of those 6 inside 50s for Scoresby have been quite shallow, however. Not too many of them have gone deep.
So Chirnside to bring the ball back in. They've finally got a score on the board. They'd be disappointed, though, that Scoresby finally getting on the board. Corcoran probably would have hoped to do better, but now they go forward again. It's a beautiful kick, and the mark is taken there by number 17 in it's Castledine. So he's going to have a crack here. He's outside the arc. So
he was all alone as well. Like, you can't leave a forward like that with the 10 metres space. You saw how quickly they moved the ball down. He didn't even have to move to get that.
He didn't indeed. He's going to back himself. How big do you reckon the arcs? So they'd be pretty close to 50. They are quite big arcs, maybe 45 maybe. So he's kicked from well outside the arc though, but he's made really good contact. And that is an absolute screamer. And that is the first contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. That is a beautiful kick from Trent Castledine. I was just musing about how he may not be able to get the distance, but he got it easily. And Chirnside Park have another, and they lead 3-2, 20-1 behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're 22 minutes played here.
Yeah, because the arc, go down boundary side.
Pemberton's back on the field now. No more issues with his eye. I think he just popped to Specsavers, but he's all good now.
Didn't come back sporting a patch or anything like that.
The Pirate. Yeah, but the arc's right on the square, isn't it, Bess? I'm just having a look now.
Yeah,
so fair kick.
It's one of the bigger arcs that we've seen, yeah.
So Finlay goes up at the ball. Hare was there, goes after it again, got the handball backwards. Min's moved into the middle of the ground. The umpire said play on, little kick off the ground there by De Geest. Back into the middle, Finlay, the big man picked it up, kick was smothered. It's pretty tough to get a clear possession here, but King's going to be the man to do it. Chirnside Park go forward again towards Castledine, who got pushed out of it almost, you would have thought. The umpire said it was okay. Scoresby had the chance to clear the ball. Kick out towards the half-back line. A bit of a wrong in there, made it difficult for all players. Hicks came in from the side, hitting the deck there was Dale Hare, and he'll receive the free kick for Scoresby.
Good endeavour by Sam King, just a little bit clumsy, taking Hare high.
Right in front of us here. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming on YouTube and Facebook. And if you saw that, you just saw an epic smother and not a very good effort there by Hare, who will be disappointed. Justin Ficcarelli comes in to give Warren Schmidt a big pat on the bum for an effort well done. So, boundary umpire just waiting for players to get in position here. Odomat worked his way to the front. Finlay, big slap over the back. He might go after it again. McBean was in there, hitting the deck. Picked up nicely there by Cassidy. Handball over the top. And here come Chirnside Park. Goldwood again, and has pushed it to the right-hand side and through for one behind. They almost could be up a little bit more here as, Josh Clavant, the brother of the skipper, just pushed that one wayward. So Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows a lead of 20 to Chirnside Park.
So ball comes back in. He's Min. He takes possession. That's Musa Amin. There's 3 Amins playing today as they go into the middle of the ground. Nice mark taken. So a late opportunity here for Hicks to send it inside 50 and Scoresby to try and grab their first goal. They've had a reasonable first quarter, but they just have got nothing to show for it as the tackle is taken and they're out of bounds. You kind of feel the score's slightly flattering at 21-1, don't you?
It's really just that kick sort of up from the wing. They just can't find that forward entrance onto a leading target. Again, it's probably credit to Chirnside's pressure in their defence.
Yeah, something I'm sure they'll work on at quarter time as the ball goes in and it goes straight back over the boundary again. So 24 minutes played. Only had, the 3 goals, so he probably won't have a particularly long quarter, you wouldn't think. Out here at Kimberley Reserve as the sun pokes its head through. Can't make up its mind. It's out 1 minute, out back in the next. But pleasant conditions as the umpire just says, we'll have it in again. Or has he paid a free kick? Free kick, in fact. You can see what happened there.
I think for the runner maybe, got in the way.
Looked like it. Didn't look to be too much happening, but Chirnside do get the free kick. So he'll get the sack for next week.
Even the runner's given away free kicks for Scoresby.
You know you're having a bad day when that happens. So Clavant in possession. That's Josh. And he's going to send it forward eventually. So he puts it onto the boot.
He's about to give away another free kick if he
goes
doesn't.
out wide. Oh, good mark taken over there. This is good as they wheel around onto the left boot of the other Clavant, so brother to brother. Inside 50, can they get a mark? Well, they can't. And Min has taken it. He's thrown to the ground.
25.
That was Mumina Min, and that was unnecessary, and they've given up at 25. There's lack of discipline there. And they'll be really disappointed with that Chirnside because they had a chance.
Oh, it's on.
To put on some late pressure. They better be careful. The umpire might whip out the yellow card. So eventually it all settles down and the umpire says, come on, boys. So they're going to go forward here with the boot of Musa Amin eventually. Nearly 25 gone, so it can't be long to go as the ball goes in the middle of the ground. Almost, in fact, mark taken by McBean.
He's had a good term, McBean.
Declan, of course, he's kicked 28 goals last season, so he's had a particularly good year last year, and he started okay today as well. Now it's Cooper Denny with the footy, goes across to his teammate and Dylan Lowe. Low into the ground. Should have been marked there, but it's been dropped, but they have time to recover. Back to Low. Low goes into the middle of the ground. Free kick.
Downfield
Free kick.
Now, that was Warren Schmidt again. No relation, by the way. And he's been taken off the ground. But he's a bit frustrated at the moment.
So it's Musa Amin. He looks to go forward, but they've turned it over again. Scoresby, they'll be really disappointed. Skeen, and they're out off half back here.
Like I said, Besto, it's just that kick. They just cannot find it forward.
Well, 3 Magpies went for it and they all fell over. And kick goes up towards the half-forward line. We're getting out in front and taking a mark out there for Chirnside Park. Number 41, which I don't have on my team sheet at the moment. So we might get the boys on the boundary to have a look at that. Either that or I'm going blind. One of the two. There's a handball over the top there by De Geest. Goes to Delrain. Short passes on Amin out wide. And they'll just probably slow this one down a fraction as Moomin Amin takes it, goes back. Short passes on. Risky kick. Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, just Chirnside.
Sounds like you're cutting out.
Just losing Blake there.
The distance.
Yeah, we might need to
Big
move
ground.
around a little bit, boys.
Yeah,
Kazazada has it. We'll get Blake Martin to take off that urban sombrero that he's wearing.
So me now, boys.
The kick goes up towards the wing position here at the fall of the ball. Strong tackle there. Nicely done there by Billy Finlay as we cross back down boundary side.
Hey, boys, have you got me now?
We've got you now.
Yes, Xavier Leslie looks like he's a bit, I don't know if he's either knocked out a bit because he's a bit fumbly at the moment, but there we go. We'll give you an update.
Very much to Blake Tennant. I thought he was going to tell me who number
41
was.
Number 9. I did say that.
I don't know what that means, but anyway, let's
get back. Saying Xavier Leslie is number 9. We want to know who number 41 is.
Pye to bring the ball back in.
Pay attention, Blake, will you?
Odermatt in the front spot there. Won the football in the end. Got the little handball out. Cassidy, well done. Handball as well up towards the half of the wing position. We're over the head of Slattery. Went straight through his Dukes. Was there to make the second effort tackle right in front of the coach's box, right in front of the benches, the trainers and the like, and we'll have a ball up right in front of that Bendigo Bank scoreboard showing a 20-point lead to the home side, 21-1.
So 28 minutes gone, so it has turned into quite a long quarter. I didn't think it'd be this long because we haven't had that many goals, but Scoresby with a late opportunity to send it forward again. They would love a late one here, but they've turned it over. And it's in the hands of number 10 and Clavant, who gets it forward. Chirnside have surprised a bit here. They've been very, very good, Ficker, really, as it goes to the hot spot. Ball has been dry, and they'll get it out of here, Scoresby potentially. Bouncing around, and they just sock it off the ground. And they got a bit lucky in the end. Marshall's taken the mark, but I don't know that was terribly intended, but the umpire says it's all good. The crowd are happy, so Marshall will just look around. In fact, it's Denny, sorry. Denny goes back to Walnerick. He's back in the goal square. He goes right across the other side. So you get the feeling that they're just kind of milking the clock here. Quite happy for the quarter-time siren to go. Toby Richards, haven't called his name too much in the first term. As we go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, number 41 is Tyson McKenzie. So there you go.
Thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
So Tyson McKenzie is number 41.
Good to know I'm not going blind.
Yeah, we were halfway there. He's number 21, so we just needed another, So,
double it, then take off some?
Yes, that's it. Math was never my strong point.
Over the boundary line it goes.
I'm
sure
sure he's changed jumper mid there. I'm sure I had him down as 21 and didn't question it. So
thank you, Scotty.
Thank you. Ask him if he's changed his jumper. Maybe he's got a little bit of blood on it.
No, don't. Finlay at the front spot. He knocked it down straight into the arms there of Clavant. So the skipper kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Mark's been taken out here. Skeen, right boot. It was a scrambly kick. It was pretty rubbish in the end. Ficcarelli couldn't do much with that, and over the boundary line she goes. But a free kick's been paid. Is that maybe potentially out of bounds on the full, that kick?
Was it that bad?
A bit confused on that one. Cross down boundary side to Blake Martin.
Yeah, BWS spot on, out of bounds on the full of Ficcarelli's foot.
You can agree with me all day, mate. Thank you very much.
Well,
as it comes back.
I thought he'd played deliberately. I was going to say that's the first time ever.
Tom Robinson takes the mark. So for what was Besto called a short quarter, we're up to 31 minutes now in the first term. The kick goes along the wing position.
Do you think it's because they don't have a clock over there that they can't see and they're working it out?
Very random.
Well, it is ridiculous. We've only had 3 goals, for goodness sake.
Kick goes in towards the middle. Pemberton chopped it off. Like he's just going to ice it a little bit here. There really can't be too long left, let's face it. Only been 7 scoring shots. Going to go the old switcheroo here as a risky kick out towards Berger, but he was up to the task. He's been sporting that man bun for about a decade. He's doing all right. As the handball out towards the half-back line now, and they're off here, the Panthers. Kick down towards the broadcast side, and it was a neat kick too, and it was a nice mark taken by Matty King, who's been lively here in this first term and hasn't wasted too much either.
25. Played for that.
I tell you what.
I reckon he played for that.
Chaz Clavant, he took the mark and then just dropped the ball as soon as a smidgen of a touch came from Benny Bronski's behind, and he's copped a 25-metre penalty to boot, which was a bit stingy in the end. We'll probably only call it about 20, so he's still going to take a fair bit from the skipper to put this one through. So Chaz Clavant.
I'm sure Ben buying real estate off that.
Yeah, I'm sure Ben Bronskis will be very pleased with that 5 metres.
Giving himself a fair old run-up. He's done this a fair few times. Going to get pretty close to the man on the mark. He's given it everything he's got right to the top of the goal square. There's a lot of Scoresby players there just to create the spoil. A little push on Ficcarelli. That almost could have been a free. The umpire said no, siree, Bob. And we'll have a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket out here at Kimberley Reserve. 32.5 minutes. Tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 21-1 is the score. Can Chirnside get a late one? It would be a big one too if they could manage it. Odermatt slapped it over the back. Well done there by Finlay. The big man won the football and got it out over the top of Bronski's head. Handball backwards there by Bally. He did really well, Bally, on the right boot. Inside forward 50. He couldn't quite find Slattery, who copped one. Not watching the football that time was Bailey Marshall, and he's been pinged. And looks like Chirnside Park will go back and have a shot near on the siren here. Ben Slattery. He's already kicked one in this first term. We'll go back for his second as we cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
30 seconds to go, boys. 30 seconds.
30 seconds to go.
I think you got that from Winnie the Pooh, who appears to be in the scoreboard.
Paul Yaconi.
This is an important goal they need here, Chirnside Park, because they've had all the dominance. This is their 19th inside 50 entrance, and they've taken 4 marks, so they need a goal here.
So the trumpet siren's gone. He'll kick on it, and it's a beautiful kick. Gun barrel straight. He's got 2, and they've got 4 now, the Chirnside Park side, on their home deck at the quarter timeout here at Kimberley Reserve. It is 4-3-27. A very, very handy lead of 26 points. Scoresby not hitting the goals in that first term. 2 goals on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard go the way of Ben Slattery, 1 each to Billy Finlay and Trent Castledine. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. This is Eastland Match of the Round, and we'll be back in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kimberley Reserve, where we're bringing you 4th Division action this afternoon. Our first visit to the 4th Division, and of course it's a top of the table clash. 1v3, and Scoresby, who are leading the competition at the moment, being outgunned by 3rd place Chirnside Park. And you don't feel like it's been a one-sided game, but it certainly looks that way on the scoreboard, with Chirnside 4-3-27, leading Scoresby 1 behind. Boys, what have you made of that first term? To me, it just seems Chirnside have been good. Don't get me wrong, but I just feel like Scoresby probably don't deserve to be so far behind. They've just missed some opportunities, particularly going inside 50. They haven't quite been able to finish off.
Oh, I just think it's just, Scoresby not finding that that running forward target and really struggling to get that momentum forward. Like I said, Chirnside's pressure around the ball has been exceptional. I think Paul had said what was the inside 50s, did you say?
The inside 50s are 19-7 the way of
Ooh,
Chirnside Park.
So I feel as though that score line is probably very nice for Scoresby, because it probably should be a little bit higher. And also, having scored 27 points, like we said, for the against for Scoresby, they've had sort of 55 and 46. They're already nearly halfway there to getting against.
I just want to point out another few stats. Yeah, they've had 4 inside 50 marks in the first quarter, Chirnside Park to zip, but Scoresby have done well to keep themselves slightly in the game. They've taken 5 intercept marks to 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Scoresby have been their defence has been good when it's been slow play. Chirnside, when they get any speed on the ball, then Scoresby's defence just gets caught completely out of position on occasion, and they've got the dangerous players like Odermatt and Castledine and Ficcarelli down there. So it's going to be very difficult for Scoresby to contain them when Chirnside get any speed on the ball.
That's true, but having said that, though, I mean, there's plenty of firepower. We talked about this, or I mentioned it before the start of the game with Scoresby. As we go down to the boundary, we'll come back to that one. And Blake Martin.
Joined here by Coach Craig McKenzie from Scoresby. Craig, how'd you see that first quarter?
A little bit frustrating. We were getting punished by the umpires a little bit for being first to the footy, and that was really hard because then on the fly they got us a few times as well. And at the moment there's a lot of tension in the game, and we've got to take that tension out of the game and just get back to business.
How are you going to change things around in this second quarter?
Not a whole lot. A lot of our one-to-one battles have actually been going really well. It's just that we've been caught on the fly a couple of times. So we're going to take a little bit more opportunity with the wind and a little bit more run. We've put a couple of smalls down there to try and get a bit of crumbing happening in the forward line as well. But other than that, the way we move the ball is not going to change a whole lot.
Thanks very much for your time. Cheers, mate.
So Craig McKenzie's just earned himself a $10,000 fine for bagging the umpires as we get ready for the start. I'll say second quarter down to Blake Tennant very quickly.
Yeah, just down here at the Chirnside Park huddle there with Dave Newlands, of course. Very happy with the quarter ahead. Just said that they just took a little bit of time. When they had the ball, they mucked around with it a bit. But apart from that, they've put a little bit of pressure on Scoresby early with great signs for Chirnside.
Well, thanks very much, Blake, as Dale Hare got the palm down and kicked it inside forward 50. This is a better go for them. Good strong tackle, spinning around by Coulthard. Got the handball back to Bronskis to around the body. It's just a start they wanted. Touched on the line, so they got close. One behind is the result. It only took 20 seconds for them to hit that Bendigo Bank scoreline. And it is a 25-point lead to the home side. Chirnside Park 4-3-27, Scoresby 2 behinds.
And maybe the clearances are the answer for Scoresby. If they're not able to get proper connection with their forward line when they're transitioning the ball, maybe it's going to be coming from clearances that they can actually start to get a bit of that chaos ball going forward quickly and catch Chirnside's defence off guard.
So Burt with the kick in. It was a wide one. Too wide there for Leslie, who stretched, but out of bounds on the full. So the kick this time goes in by Cooper Denny. Up to the hot spot. The big fly there by Armin over the back. They've got the numbers here, the Panthers, and they'll clear it this time through Harper on the right boot. It was a scrambly one, but it might hit the target okay there with Skeen. Handball over the top into a little bit of a danger zone, but they might be able to work themselves out here, the Panthers. On the left boot, up towards the wing position. The big man, Finley, just put 1 foot up in the air. 1 foot stayed on the ground. It came over the back there. Nicely done there by Castledine. Up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football. They're linking up nicely here on the left boot. Odermatt, he eats these ones for breakfast, Lee. But this one goes a little bit wide and ended up bouncing. Did a wrong and bounced in for a point. Probably would have liked the throw in there, I reckon. Might have been the better result. But nonetheless, we'll take every point because they all do count in the end. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows 4-4-28 to 2 behinds at the 1.5 minute mark.
So nicely Moz BWS as the ball goes out wide. Marcus take it there and scores better run off half back. They go down the line trying to find a target up. They fly, get over the head there of McKenzie. Now it's bouncing around on the far side and eventually it's across the boundary line. And the umpire says we'll have the throw in. Sun back out here again. It's going to be one of those days, I think. But very pleasant conditions out at Kimberley Reserve. No need for the jumpers today.
And that last thrust forward by Chirnside Park was exactly what I was talking about. Scoresby completely out of sorts when they got that speed on the ball.
So it'd be interesting to see if what they have discussed as the ball is knocked down there. Nicely won and the head out by Leslie. But it's Scoresby who come away with it and a shot at goal. And it's gone through, so they finally got one. I didn't see who that was that kicked it, but it's a terrific goal nonetheless.
That was Declan McBean.
Declan McBean, who's already, of course, we talked about him last year with his 28 goals. Bit of an opportunist goals, and that's the start Scoresby wanted as they eat into that lead of Webb at their first of the day. It's taken a while, but 4-4-28 Chirnside Park lead. Scoresby 1-2-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're just about 3 minutes into the second turn.
A couple of scores from Premier Division. We've got Blackburn up 3-8-26 to Berwick 0. And a close game, fantastic game looking at Vermont Reserve. It's 3-3 apiece currently with Vermont and Bulwen. We'll keep having scores coming for you from around the grounds throughout the day from all divisions of the Eastern Footy and Netball League.
Provided everybody gets them into us as well.
Indeed.
So we're putting out the call, get those scores in. It's very important that we share that news to all the fans out there as the game restarts here. Scoresby look like they've got a bit more pep in their step this quarter. Things are going a little bit better for them, and the umpires are even in their favour at this stage as well. So Dale Hare swings around now, and that familiar left boot goes inside forward 50. Was a big fly. The ball went over all players in the end. Little handball out the back. This is okay. They're going to link up. Harper got the handball, and he'll get it back maybe. Bronskis just comes and goes, I dare you to get past me. Nudges him over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in.
Callum Harper's been good down back for Chirnside in this quarter. He's had a number of touches and got a cool head in most instances.
So we've got a 21 out there, which we thought was Tyson McKenzie, which we now know is wearing 41. So who's wearing 21 is the new question for our boundary riders. It goes over and out right in front of the club rooms. Great club function on today. Big crowd.
Do you think he switched back?
Yeah, I'm not surprised if that's happened.
He's just doing it to mess with us.
The umpire brings the ball back in. Armin was there. Armin scoops on it. Armin snaps for goal, and he puts it through for one behind. It was close, but no cigars. They're peppering. There's no doubt about that. 4.5 minutes gone here in the second term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on the Eastland match of the round. It is 1-2-8 Scoresby, Chirnside Park, 4-4-28.
Well, it's what I noticed during the early stages of the reserves game. It was all scoring down one end, down that clubhouse end.
You did make that comment, didn't you?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
So Chirnside to bring it back in, taking an age to get rid of it. Eventually they do. Here's the long kick out towards the wing, nicely marked over there. It's Mitch Skeen over there on the far side of the ground. Gets a handball off nicely. They've got a bit of run and a bit of overlap too. Down the line they go, looking for a target, but it's been cut off back there, and that's good work. So here they come, Scoresby, switching the play right across to this broadcast side of the ground, and they've overcooked it. Danny it was, and it's out of bounds.
A little bit more purpose from the ball movement from Scoresby. A little bit more speed on the ball as well. They're not chipping it around as much as they did. They're trying to catch Chirnside Park off guard like the Panthers did with Scoresby in the first quarter.
They're certainly going to change something up, but they've made a good start. They've got their first goal, and as I always say, every good comeback's got to start somewhere. As the umpire throws it in, nicely one out of the ruck there by the big 67 in Finlay into the middle of the ground, but Chirnside have won it well. Nice work there by it was Clavant. There they go forward and try inside 50, trying to get a mark. It's a one-on-one over there, beautifully marked and taken there in the snap at goal.
No,
it's got it through. Fantastic work. That was Castledine, it was. Yep. I thought someone would get back and possibly rush it through. It was a bit of a scrubby old kick, but somehow it found its way through. And an opportunist goal goes the way of Trent Castle on his second of the day. And that's flushed the comeback out momentarily as it goes to 5-4-34 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, playing 1-3-9. And we've had 6 minutes in this second term.
That's to be close to goal of the day thus far.
Absolutely.
I think that leads.
Speaking of Trent Castledine, his old club, South Belgrave, they are up 6-7-43 to Doncaster, 2 straight 12. That's Division 1 scores. Along with Bayswater, 7-3-45. Wanturna South, 3 straight 18. We'll have more Division 1 scores for you shortly.
Multitasking at its best there today with Jared Beanland. Special comments and around the grounds as the umpire throws the ball up again. And they get one back here, the Magpies. Going to be Josh Clavant, though, to kick the ball out towards the wing position. Had to be fast that time was Bally. Got the kick away up towards Odermatt. The umpires
picked
had
a
free kick back. Yeah, back to Bally after he got rid of it. So he'll square things up here. The kick goes inside forward 50, and it was a good one too. Slattery was out in front. Just went through his hands in the end. Odermatt gets it back to Ficcarelli. Back to Slattery. Slattery around the body. Does he have enough on it? He does not. And the mark has been taken out the back there by Kazazada, who will waste no time, and the Magpies look to rebound as the kick goes out towards the wing position there. Knocked away there by Cooper Denny. He gets it back now, little link-in handball. It was stolen. It probably wasn't intended there for Lowe. He chopped it off and then got pinged for holding the ball. So Slattery, the big man, go back now, just pokes it up. A little bit of hope there, looking for Ficcarelli maybe over the back if it went through all players' fingers. It does not. And now Scoresby a chance to get themselves out of that danger zone. A link-up handball through the middle. It's a bouncing football. Robinson got that quick handball away, and this is the fastest way home. Well done there by Hicks. They're moving the ball quickly here now. Scoresby, the kick goes forward, looking for him in. The knock away there by his opponent and sees it fall at about 20 metres out from goal. All of a sudden it was fast and it slowed down. Adam Armin just sat down on his opponent there, and we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the goal line.
McBean lucky to not get a free kick
there,
I thought.
The same,
a little bit high.
He did cop one.
I've got a Divs 2 score, which I'll give you after this one.
So they'll go at it here. Armin tried to have a fresh air shot out of nothing. Goes after it again and then copped one on the shoulder. So the second and third efforts have paid off there for the full forward. Yet to trouble the goal scorers today, but he's about to put through his first after a bag of 7 last week.
Just quickly, no real scores in Div 2 if you could update, but one is coming through. Lilydale 4-3-27 leads Mulgrave 2-5-17 at quarter time.
Thank you very much to Scott Hardy. Also around the grounds today.
Just happy to help where I can.
You're only getting paid for the one job though, mate.
Paid.
Adam Armin. He'll come in from...
Ryan's just fainted.
Directly in front. 20 metres out. There's no way he'll miss this, and there's no way he did. Straight over the goal umpire's head. That's his first. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, as we cross almost the 10-minute mark, the margin's back out to 19 points, 2-3-15 Scoresby, trailing Chirnside Park 5-4-34.
Really pleasing start for Scoresby. That had to respond. They've played exceptionally well for the 9 minutes we've had thus far. You can see, though, Chirnside's still got that run and overlap that they're looking for, which probably hasn't been as clean as they were in the first.
So some better signs from Scoresby as they show that they can get themselves back into this game. Margin down to 19 points. You never really felt, though, even after the 20-1 or whatever the score was in that first term, that they were out of it. But they've certainly got some scoreboard presence, which is good. Up they fly. It's the ball's sort of a bit of a nil-all draw in the ruck there as it's knocked away there by Downey. Now Scoresby have got it back and they'll go inside 50 again here. Charging away with a footy, long-range shot at goal. And that's a fantastic goal. It's Del Rain who's put it through.
For a behind.
I thought it had gone through for a minute. So that's one all for you and I. So we had one of those. Oh, it would have been so good. So Del Rain misses. It was great work. He took it out of the middle and just burst off. And that's the behind of the day. We got an award for that one. As the ball in the hands of Harper, who will bring it back in for Chirnside Park. Out towards the far side of the ground. Still in over there. And eventually it's out of bounds. Knocked out by Daniel Coulthard.
Got a few Division 3 scores as well. Coldstream 4-4-28 are up against Upper Ferntree Gully 2-1-13. Sylvan is currently ahead of Ferntree Gully 3-3-21 to 2-2-14, and we'll give you more soon.
Hastings and Downies went up. It came out back towards Hicks, who goes inside forward 50, right forward pocket, or left I should say, as the ball comes to ground level. Oh, just running in and kicking an open goal. It's as easy as you like when you do it like that. Slammed through by Daniel Coulthard, and all of a sudden the Magpies are coming here. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they are 3-4, 20.5 minutes here. 5-4-34 Chirnside Park as we cross to Paul Yukoni.
Yes, they are dominating the clearances in this second quarter. Scoresby, they lead in that department 6-2 this quarter, and the inside 50s this quarter are 7-3 the way of Scoresby.
Seems to be starting from the clearances there for the Magpies. I'm impressed with how they've been able to turn things around, maybe with just a couple of small adjustments there in the middle.
Yeah, found that forward line much more easier, a bit more open and stuff, and just the luck of the ball sort of falling in their lap.
So Craig McKenzie, he's moved a couple of magnets, not significant changes, but just a couple of tweaks, and suddenly Scoresby are looking a different side in this second term. They're back within 12 points as the umpire throws it up. Up they fly, and one out of the middle there by Chirnside, and they'll go forward again as the ball is bouncing around over there. Gathered in nicely over there by De Geest, who puts it in the middle of the ground. So there's plenty of players there. No mark taken in there by Skeen, who got hit. Did he get hit high, I think?
Just dropping the ball.
Just dropping the ball. So free kick going the way of Hicks.
And he's just been given a 25-metre away because he just gave him a little slap like a small child, like he was throwing the toys out of the cot. And the umpire's gone, I'm going to ping you for that one. 25 metres, make that 28 metres. A decent one, this one.
Do you think almost stealing the lollies like, don't take that one?
So there's been a bit of indiscipline today, and it can cost you. So Ryan Hicks with an opportunity to get number 4, and this would put them within a goal if he can kick this, and you'd probably say it's reasonably kickable. It's a long kick, but if he gets contact, no real wind to speak of. It's on its way. He's got it. Beautiful kick. Never looked like missing. The crowd were up pretty early behind the goals, and Ryan Hicks gets his first of the day, and the Scoresby comeback is well and truly upon us, and they trail by just one kick. It's 5-4-34 to 4-4-28. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had, about 13 minutes of the second term.
Bit of ill-discipline costing Chirnside Park there. Dave Newlands wouldn't be happy with that one. And a few more scores around the grounds here. More Division 3 scores. This is Surrey Park, 3-6-24, defeating Knox. Just the 4 behinds. And then you've got Oakley Districts, 4-5-29, up against Fair Park, 3-5-23. So a bit of a close game there. We'll see if Fair Park can get their first win on the board, playing away against Oakley.
And a nice little purple patch for Scoresby in the last 4 minutes to get 3 goals. So on fire at the moment.
Yep, 3 unanswered. Hastings goes up against Downey. Free kick going the way of Scoresby again. So just give it back. Give it back, Slattery. As Hastings goes forward. It's a strong kick. It was a big one too. Who's going to be at the fall? The ball. Bronskis was there to lay a quick tackle. But over the boundary line it goes. Todd Berger pretty professional in how he handled that one. Just happy to see it go over and be grabbed as it happened. Right in front of the members' pavilion here, right in front of the brethren. I'll be cheering on their boys to get it out of that danger zone. It was a deep throw in that time. Berger got it over the top there, Slattery. They're going to get out of here, the Panthers. This is going to work well. Linking up with handball. They've got Pemberton. Got the handball away. The kick goes down the wing, though, and to no avail. Seemed like there was white jumpers everywhere, but they are if the Chirnside players have got their backs to us. They're all white. As the kick goes up towards Plumridge, who dropped what he should have taken, but had a little bit of extra time. Will go off again. Little kick off the ground didn't work. Getting down and getting up was Pemberton. He's done all right so far in this first half, Pemberton, for Chirnside. Charging at the football that time there was Finlay. Kick goes inside forward 50 for Scoresby this time. It's right in the hot spot. Who's going to beat the fall of the ball? His arm in, tried to break the tackle, ducked into it in the end. Slattery picked it up for the Panthers, slammed it on his boot into the middle of the ground, and a safe mark has been taken in there. And the kick goes up towards a half-forward line, up towards centre half forward. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Scoresby win out. And Brett Beston, let me have a breath.
Go and have a lie down. Go into the oxygen tent as the ball goes. So it's Kazazada with the footy. Just looking around for someone to kick to. Come on, son, we haven't got all day. As he finally spreads it across the far side of the ground. Nice. Finds Tim de Geest over there. Not really going forward at the moment, though, but they're just happy to be patient. Scoresby seen a bit of this today, just looking for the opening. Chips down the line, finds Zach Corcoran. So Corcoran.
They're happy to do it, but it's not worked for them. It didn't work for them in the first quarter.
You almost feel like they have to play the game a bit more at pace because it's slow, methodical build-up. That's beautiful, Mark, taken. Just as we were saying that maybe they have to change the game plan, but that's worked in the end.
That shows me.
Well, I think you're probably fair enough. I think it's sort of a bit, I'd like to see them play the game a little bit quicker, but Bailey Marshall's taken the mark.
That kick inside there was absolute. It was a 50-metre. It was magnificent to watch, actually.
It was the right option, though, like we're saying. It's just they were going to chip, but just push it forward.
Yep. So Bailey Marshall, he's going to be kicking from just inside 50 and about 48 by the time he makes contact, and he's missed it. That's disappointing. Probably felt he should have kicked that one. Easily got the distance, but not the accuracy, and it's through for a minor score. So we've had 16 and a half played. In the second term, it's 5-4-34 to 4-5-29, and Chirnside Park still with their noses in front.
Some more Division 4 scores for you. Just the one other game that's been updated so far, other than the one we're currently at. We've got Forest Hill 1-5-11 trailing Croydon North Amlock 2-3-15.
Bally had the kick out, and Warren Schmidt was there, but a free kick goes the way of Odermatt. So get a chance to move the ball forward here, Chirnside. Kick was good too by Odermatt, right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 5-point lead only now to Chirnside Park, who at one stage led by more than 4 goals. As the kick goes up towards the half-forward line, it wasn't too crush hot. Scoring ends all happening down at the grandstand side, but the picked up this time there by Mackenzie. Inside forward 50, the ball goes. Mopped up or taking it straight out there was de Geest, brought to ground. Umpire said, let's play on here. We'll eventually get a stoppage and have a ball up. Let's go to Paul Yaconi.
The tackles are 8 apiece this quarter.
And just quickly, a Div4 scored. Nunawading 3-2-20, Kilsyth 5-4-34.
Nicely done there by Leslie, who tried to almost do it all, but in the end, he didn't have to, because running into an open goal and getting a very, very timely one for the Chirnside side. Can't just milk this any longer. He still hasn't turned around. I do apologise for that. And the goal has been kicked.
Hey boys, Tyson McKenzie.
Tyson McKenzie. Oh, it's that jumper change. That's what threw us out.
Yes, that's right. We'll blame it on that anyway.
Tyson McKenzie kicks his first. They needed that one. Back out to an 11-point margin out here at Kimberley Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, besides that last bit of play. Here on 98.1 Radio East, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook.
Well, Chirnside fans would have enjoyed it, I would say, because they definitely needed that one. A bit of a steadier there. Scoresby really starting to get on top of them, but, Chirnside Park still have that scoring power down forward.
So up they fly. Bit of an all draw in the ruck as the ball comes out, and that'll be a free kick. Chirnside player copping the ball, copping it high, and a free kick almost. He's a bit slow to get up as well. It is number 51, and Schmidt. So Schmidt, I think he'll be all right. Oh, he's had a bit of a stumble. I hope he's not concussed as the ball goes out wide there. And it's going to be plenty of time. And look at, there's no one within Kiwi of number 41 over there, who is Mackenzie. Now they go inside 50, juggling the mark over there, not taken.
Holding.
Free kick. So it's going to be a free kick and we'll come back. So it's going a bit wrong for Scoresby. It was a decent kick and he almost had the mark, but as the ball was spilled away, they've considered the free kick anyway. And an opportunity now as they take it, play on quickly. There's the kick on the boot of Castledine. He's not going to quite have the distance zone. It's knocked back. It's still in play, and they'll do well to get this out. Min manages to get a handball out, and I think they'll get out of this all right. Scoresby. It was a bit dangerous, and in fact, they've kicked it away. And this is danger in the hands now of Clavant. Clavant goes short, finds a target in Ficcarelli. He's in the pocket, almost in the pocket. Now Ficcarelli goes to the hot spot, trying to find a target. Up they fly, and it's been cut off nicely by Muminar Min, and the danger over for now.
Kazazada took it, got the little handball away to Cooper Denny. Little toe poke, barely went the required distance, but De Geest was there to take it, and it's been paid. So just out of that defensive, the bench side of Kimberley Reserve, as the kick gets squeezed in towards the middle of the ground. Oda takes it on the second bite. So as quick as it went out, it'll come back in. Just weighing up his options, Lee. Just like a bit of a 9-iron wedge, just poked it up towards the half-forward line. It was a good kick in the end too. So the mark's been taken there by Cassidy, inside forward 50, towards the forward pocket. So a lot of players around there, charging after it was Bally, brought to ground in a big, strong tackle there by Warren Schmidt.
It's an absolute luxury, especially in Division 4, to have a player like Leo Odomat be able to work up the ground, take intercept marks like that, and still know that you've got players like Castledine and Ficcarelli down forward.
Hire, who's very whistle happy today. I'm not going to deny that. He's paid a free kick out of the ruck contest.
Someone take the pad of his whistle, please.
It's going to go the way of Warren Schmidt. He'll kick from about 45 metres out, 45-degree angle. Just in the last few minutes or so, like they've really stemmed the tide here, the Chirnside side. They can get a couple of back-to-back goals. That'll give them a lot of confidence going into half-time. So Warren Schmidt comes in on the left, goes goalwards. He's pushed it across the face. It's going to stay in there. Odomat tried to claim the handball, got the handball back towards Mackenzie. He was tackled. Ficcarelli's in there trying to barge his way out, somehow release the football. That was good play. Clavant was in there, gets it to Odomat. Odomat around the body, snaps it right across the face. Yeah, and they couldn't quite stay in there for Kazazada. He'll see it over and we'll have a boundary throw in. 40 plays 29, 11-point lead to Chirnside Park. 22 minutes gone here in the second term on Eastland. Match of the round. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. Perfect day for football. As the umpire throws it in, Leslie went up unattended that time. A lot of players around this football. Which way will it come out? Doesn't look like it's going to. We'll restart this one.
Sorry, just wanted to watch Ficcarelli just a little bit proppy after that tackling contest. He's still on the field though.
So up it goes into the ruck contest as it's going to get out. Eventually it does come out, and they've got a bit of an overlap here. Scoresby, they'll go forward, long kick forward. Can they find a target? There's a couple of Scoresby, in fact, 2 Chirnside Park players there, and they're happy to see it out of bounds. But at least they've got some territory. In fact, have they played a free kick? Just waiting to see what's going on. In fact, no, it's going to be a throw-in.
Just waiting for the catch-up from the boundary umpire.
The boundary umpire said they're on about 80 metres. So umpire to throw it in. Far side of the ground. Gets good purchase. In fact, a fairly shallow purchase in the end. And there's no play on, says the umpire. Now the whistle goes. And we'll do it all again.
Can't expect him to throw it in too far after you've just bolted the 100 metres to throw it in. Doing a good job.
He needs a catapult or something to get it in. So here he goes, gets it nice and high this time. Up they fly. Once again, not really a conclusive win in the ruck, and the umpire's paid the free kick, going the way of Scoresby on this occasion. So, in fact, Chirnside, sorry, my bad. So it's Skeen. He's had a bit of it, Skeen. He's played all right as he goes down the line. Trying to find a target. Flying over there was that Finley, I think, the big man. He's taken a bit of a knock as well. And Scoresby have got it. They get it out for the moment with Dalrain. Ball spills out clear on the ground there with Corcoran, who takes it, and he's taken in a tackle. And we'll have another ball up over there on the far side. So thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook, and of course YouTube.
Skeen's kick just held up in the wind there a little bit. It was a very high one. I just want to hear from the boundary riders what the wind's been doing throughout this quarter, because it seemed pretty effective there.
Yeah, it does seem to have just gotten up. I was thinking the same thing myself as the ball is in the contest. It's taken there on the ground, trying to get his handball out there. Let's get out of the boundary and find out about the wind.
Yeah, just a little bit down where we are at the moment, but No, apart from all, nothing really too bad. It's just more where we are at the moment, which is on the coaches' benches. So a little bit, but not too big.
Is that because you're nearly in the shed over there, Blakey?
Well, it is a bit. It's probably the most shaded bit here. No sun around us, but that's okay. We're braving it out
Not
here.
too sure what a little bit here means either. Which way is it going?
It's coming towards the coaches' box, boys.
Kazazada takes the mark and he kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Hicks has made some space. He was almost off then. The umpire said he was okay, so he comes back over his mark in belly. Squeezes a kick inboard. Finds his teammate into Geest. So they had the run and then they've slowed things right down here. As Richards has it. Kick goes inside forward 50 up towards the Amin direction at the fall. The ball there was Denny, got the handball back. Hicks got it to Amin. Kick was half smothered. They've still got the numbers around the ball here. Scoresby wrapping him up in a tackle. Well done, Bailey Marshall. And we'll have a ball up. It's about 25 metres out from the Scoresby goal line. 11 points is the margin as we're deep into the second term. Amin just took it out of the ruck and slammed it home. That's the Tobin brothers goal today. Number one clubhouse leader. There's no doubt about that. He's got his second of the term, and Scoresby, they're very, very close now. 5 points is the margin here at Kimberley Reserve. 6-4-40, the home side, Chirnside Park. Scoresby are coming though. 5-5, 35.
Did need to see a little bit more of that forward line pressure there from Scoresby, so that tackle by Bailey Marshall was important.
How good was the camera work by Megan Green, who turned 22 yesterday. Happy birthday, Megan, the best camera woman in the country. There's no doubt about that.
And we've got some Division 1 scores as we go around the grounds. Doncaster hitting back a little bit. They're 5-1-31. South Belgrave 7-9-51. So inaccurate there by the Saints. Montrose are up narrowly against Mitcham. 4-7-31 to 4-5-29. And then North Ringwood, they are 2-3-15 to Park Orchards, just the two behinds.
So back in the middle, we can't have long to play in this second half. We've had second quarter, 26 minutes played. Up they fly, but I did say that in the first term, and look what happened as Scoresby bring the ball forward. I reckon the scorer's watch has stopped as the ball has taken over their good mark. Nicely done. And they'll bring it out here through number 21, who I can't find on my team sheet just at the moment. And eventually it's out on the full.
Not Tyson McKenzie. I think that's as far as we've established it.
We've got that far.
I'm not convinced that's true either.
Yeah, exactly.
Long kick inside. It's been bouncing around over there, and Chirnside will be able to bring it out. It was dangerous for a moment. It's a nice kick too, and it finds a target. So it's in the hands now of Clavant. So Clavant just happy just to slow it down. We should call it Josh Clavant, of course. His brother's also playing today. Finds a target, and it's a free kick.
A lot of 25s today.
So a lot of 25s.
Chirnside are good at drawing them.
It's in the hands now of Chirnside as they look to go forward. And the kick's been smothered. Good work. Now they get it back. Now Scoresby have got a late chance to put one on. There's a little handball out from Dalreen. They flip one over the top, but they've turned it over again. It's turnover city here at the moment. And everybody stopped, and the umpires played a free kick going the way of Chirnside Park.
Feel sorry for Dalrain there because he did the smother, the second, third efforts, and then, geez, imagine if he had been able to pull something off, but unfortunately got brought to ground. But it was a good effort nonetheless. Breathe a sigh of relief for the Panther supporters, though.
And at least he didn't give away a 25 on that second free kick.
Yeah, that's it. Skeen on that far side. Just takes his time and up and under kick, goes up towards the wing position. Big pack forms. Odomat was there at the fall of the ball, got the handball away. Getting his handball out there was Cassidy, just in the nick of time. A quick kick goes up towards the half-forward line, out of bounds on the full. Kazazada wastes no time, gets the ball back into Musa Amin in the middle of the ground now. There's a chance here for Scoresby to take the lead here at half-time. Breaking his way through nicely was Marshall inside forward 50. The kick just had too much purchase on it in the end. Bronski's, he was a little bit crude. You know what you did. You know what you did. And the free kick will go the way of Chirnside Park to Todd Berger. And gets right in his face too. Right in his eye to eye. They're exactly the same height. A bit of argy-bargy. A bit of feeling just before the halftime break. And then he's turned it over. And he's turned it over.
There is feeling in this game.
There is a lot of undisciplined acts going on out on this football field at the moment, and it was a lot side in the first term, and then they've just given it straight back to them because Chirnside Park have been doing the same thing in this second term. 29-minute mark. Second term, it looks like Scoresby take the lead. And we've picked to come out here. Well done, Ryan Long, the media manager of the EFNL. We have got a game on our hands. As Bronskiest is yet to kick a goal. He's going to love this one when it goes through. He absolutely loves this one. Gives a double fist. And Scoresby have the lead late here in this second quarter. The score is 41-40. And there's a
singing.
It's like Bay 13 songs happening out in the stands out here at Chirnside Park.
Yeah, very impressed with Scoresby being able to get back into it. Definitely, as you've called BWS, some undisciplined stuff by Chirnside Park, but that can't take anything away from Scoresby. They've actually been making the most of their opportunities when they've been going forward this quarter. Very impressive there.
So it can't be long to go. We've just ticked past 30 minutes, but it's turned into a very interesting game. Looked like it was going to be a bit of a blowout early, but Scoresby have really come back in the second term, and they've got their noses in front. Who would have thought? 41-40. And 30 minutes played on this second term as the sun streams down out here at Kimberley Reserve. Superb day as we get set for the umpire to throw it up.
Those hot chips look all right.
I tell you, I had some before. They were very nice. Up it goes. So a bit of a little draw in the ruck, but it falls for maybe for Scoresby there, but it's on the ground for contest, and they dive on it. The umpire says, what's he paid? Not holding the ball, just another ball up. So we'll do it all again.
He was holding himself.
Yeah, he was.
Excuse me.
So to speak. As the umpire said, set to throw it up again. Up it goes. One nicely out of there by Finlay, but it's picked up nicely over there by Clavant, but we've got a whistle, and the umpire says we'll do it all again. So we may not get out of here. We may just be in the same position for the rest of the game at this rate. So let's try it up again for the third time. Up it goes. Finlay again gets the tap, and there is the siren. So finally we get to the end of a pretty interesting quarter, and Scoresby have made most of the play in that second quarter, and they've come back with and half-time score out here at 6-5-41 to 6-5-40. Scoresby lead by a goal. He's Ben Warren-Smith with the goal kickers from that.
Major goal kickers on the ground at half-time to Slattery, 2 goals to Castle, the Chirnside Park team, and Min has 2, while singles Coulthard, McBean, Bronskiest and Hicks. The comeback was on there for the Scoresby side. They lead by 1 point here at half-time. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back with our half-time show and all those important around-the-ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Chirnside Park versus Scoresby out here at Kimberley Reserve. It is half-time and it is the Magpies 6-5-41 leading Chirnside Park by just 1.6440. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Blake Tennant and Blake Martin, who are both on the boundary. Two totally different quarters in the end. Chirnside got off to a flyer that had the first 4 goals and looked like they might be able to almost blow this game out, but Scoresby certainly fought back real hard in that second quarter, Blake.
Indeed. Myself, yeah?
Yes, there's 2 Blakes on. BT, B1, B2. Blake Tennant.
Anyway, it's kind of vice versa of, I know we don't... Chirnside Park wouldn't want me talking about the semi-final. Chirnside Park had a really good start, and then Scoresby decided to come back real hard in that second quarter, which we've just seen. I thought they were just a little bit shaky early, Scoresby, at the start, but now they're starting to get their sense right. Their big-time forwards are playing really well, like Adam Amin, who kicked 6 or 7 last week. He's been a real good X-factor, which is what they needed, because he felt like he was a bit quiet heading into quarter time. So, real good big quarter there by Scoresby. You'd like to see a bit more improvement, but a lot of discipline is going on for both sides. I feel like they've been very undisciplined, and they just need, maybe they just need to keep their mouth shut and just play for the whistle. Yeah,
how do you sort of see that, Blake Martin? Looking at the last goal kicked, and that was from Ben Brongeese, who finished that one off. That must be the most frustrating thing as a coach, where you've got possession of the footy in your back half and something has happened. I don't know, you guys were down the boundary. I don't know if you sort of saw it, if it was verbal or if it was physical, but to be able to turn that over and give Scoresby a free goal before half-time, that would be really, really grinding Dave Newland's gears.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. It was like absolutely everything in reverse as far as the scoring and the discipline. In the first quarter, the Scoresby coach, Craig, was talking to his team about being more disciplined. And then in the second quarter, they are more disciplined. They get the result on the scoreboard. And it's Chirnside Park who are giving away silly, needless free kicks. And they're paying the price for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the other end of the ground, and I think when they moved the ball freely, as they did in the first quarter, Blake, they looked the better side. And, when you've got someone of the class of Lee Odermatt who can work himself up the ground, it certainly helps out, and they look a very professional outfit. But Scoresby sort of took that away from him in the second quarter.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We all know how good Lee Odermatt is as well. But the thing is, they've also felt like, Ben Slattery, of course, been in the ruck in this game early on, and then they switch it around, the magnets around. It's something that Dave Newlands has definitely been doing. And but to be honest with you, I think both of them, we all know how good players these are. But seeing, Lee Odermatt in that ruck, I feel like he's, judging of what I've seen so far with his season, is that he's been kicking a lot of goals for Chirnside this year. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Dave will do regarding the magnets-wise and moving them and shifting around. But I think Scoresby are definitely doing a really good job with their ruck stocks, of course. As I touched on, Slattery as well had a big influence early up, but they're definitely taking a toll on Odermatt as well.
Certainly right. We're going to go to some of the scores around the grounds before we get a bit of a reassessment on the tips on what we think will happen in this second half. Looking at Premier Division, Berwick versus Blackburn. Blackburn 6 goals, 13-49 lead. Berwick 3 straight, 18. Out at Noble Park, big lead for the Bulls. 8 goals, 250 to South Croydon, 2-3-15. That is in the second quarter there. So a few worried signs there for South Croydon in the first couple of weeks.
I did say question marks would happen, and yes, I think there will be a couple big question marks.
That's right. Roval lead Norwood by 35 points, 6 goals, 9 to 1 goal, 4. Baldwin lead Vermont by a small margin there in the second quarter, 5 goals, 9 to 4 goals, 4. East Ringwood Doncaster East, of course, is the twilight fixture, so that will be at 4:45 p.m. So certainly keep an eye on that one. Bayswater versus Wanturna South. It's Bayswater 7-3 leading Wanturna South 3 straight.
Oh, no, I've got Bayswater 50.
Update the score?
Yeah, 52 Bayswater to Wanturna South 29. And, sorry, again, Ryan. And Beaconsfield lead 48-12.
48-12, so a good lead there for the Eagles at home. Doncaster versus South Belgrave. Better response there from Doncaster. Just down by 7 points now at halftime, so certainly making contests there. That's a bit of a surprise too. Mitcham were able to fight their way back into the game in the second quarter. They trailed by 7 points though, 5-7, 37 Montrose. Mitcham won straight 6.
Just the inconsistency again for Montrose. You know, they had a great start. And now the
Is that every time they play, they get off to a flyer against the Tigers,
yep.
and the Tigers just slowly wheel him in?
Well, I actually spoke to Jackson Halo, believe it or not, because obviously I was doing the running, and he said he told me the exact same thing. Montrose get a fast start, and now Mitchell will claw the way, trying to claw back.
Certainly interesting. Last result at, or last updated result at North Ringwood, 2-3 to 2 behind. So I'm assuming that's probably changed since then. We'll jump into Division 2 in some of the scores around the grounds. Last night, obviously, Ringwood defeated Heathmont 70-22. Lilydale versus Mulgrave, still waiting on an update on that one, but at quarter time it was Lilydale with a slender 10-point lead. Templestowe versus Boronia. Boronia got away in that second quarter, 8 goals, 6-54 to Templestowe 2-5-17. So that's probably going to be hard work for the Dockers to make their way back into the game in that one. Basin Croydon will keep trying to check for that one. East Burwood versus Waverley Blues is another twilight game as well. So an eye on that this afternoon out there at East Burwood Reserve. Moving into Division 3, Coldstream, big lead over Upper Gully. 9 goals, 7-61 to Upper Gully, 2-6-18 at half-time there.
Jeez, haven't they started the house on fire, Coldstream?
They certainly have, and that's probably enough for us at the moment. Jared will give some more updated scores. But just quickly, tips from you boys. Who gets up from here?
I'm sticking firm with Scoresby.
Blake?
Chirnside for me.
Certainly be interesting to see how that all plays out. It is Scoresby at half-time here. 6 goals, 5-41, leading Chirnside 6-4-40.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kimberley Reserve, and it's certainly been a game of 2 quarters at the quarter-time break. We could have been forgiven for thinking that Chirnside were going to run away with this one, but the second quarter really all belongs all to Scoresby, and they have charged back like a wounded bull in this second term, and they lead at half-time. Who would have thought? 6-5-41 to 6-4-40. Gentlemen, a real turnaround from Scoresby. They really got on top in that quarter. What do you put it down to, Jared?
I would say it's speed on the ball. It really makes wonders happen when you actually move the ball with some purpose. I also think that they were trying to isolate Adam Amin in the first quarter. That didn't seem to be working out for them. Todd Berger's had a really good game on him. They've been putting more numbers into the forward line of Scoresby. It's clogged it up a little bit on some occasions. It's been scoring goals for them. So I think what they're going to be continuing with for this second half, Scott.
Yeah, I think it's probably more so that Scoresby chaos in that second quarter. Like we said in the first, couldn't really find that target. Once they got it in, and it bumbled around a bit, and a couple of numbers around the ball, it put Chirnside's defence under pressure, their backs, and found the score. Obviously, Chirnside were able to sort of respond with a few goals themselves just to match it and keep them in the contest. But yeah, quite the turnaround from that first quarter. Chirnside, you could still see, wanted to do that run and overlap of play. Like I said, just weren't as clean as they were in the first quarter.
I'm just looking at the Easter there.
Oh, yep.
So from here, it's a 1-point lead to Scoresby. It's been basically a quarter each. How do you see it playing out from here?
I'm going with Chirnside still to bounce back. There was a really good quarter by Scoresby. Obviously, they still need that momentum carrying forward, but I think Chirnside readjust a few things after that second quarter. Did it comfortably in the first, so go back to what was working.
Yeah, and the likes of your Ficcarellis and your Odermatts and still looking dangerous. We talked about Odermatt before. He's got that ability, isn't he, just to drift in and out of the game. He comes in at the right times, and Ficcarelli the same, and some of their other key playmakers as well. Thank you, Blake. As we and the Clavantes also have looked quite sharp as well. Whilst for Scoresby, I've liked Hare's game at different times. He's been good. Kazazado, and of course the Armin boys also looking dangerous. So plenty to play for in 4th Division footy. It's turning into an absolute cracker, both the day and the game itself out here at Kimberley Reserve. As we get set for the start of the third quarter. Just waiting for the umpire to send us aloft. There's the siren. Let's get underway with the third term. So the umpire to throw it aloft. 1-point lead for Scoresby. Up they fly. One out of the middle there by Finley. Quick hands as the ball comes out. And that's holding the ball, I'd say. And it is. In the back. No, in the back. All right, fair enough. So an early free kick going the way of Chirnside Park. They give it off quickly. They go forward inside 50. So a chance for an early one here. Can they get a mark? It goes right over the back. Oh! And I think it was Kizazada who got there just in the nick of time.
Score review.
That looked like it was going to get... In fact, they're going to have a chat about this.
Xavier Leslie in the mid-ground with his arms outstretched in anticipation of celebration.
They've called the point, so it was very, very close, but Kazazada, like the cavalry, got there in the nick of time. We're just watching the replay.
It came off his toe.
Yeah, off his boot.
Did it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time. For an early minor score level, it's 41 apiece out here at Kimberley.
Let's go quickly around the grounds. Bit of a disappointing result here. We thought this would be a closer game. Coldstream 9-7-61 defeating Upper Fentry Gully 2-6-18. We'll get back to more soon.
Keep going.
Oh, keep going. The ball's just gone over the line from a tackle there. Fentry Gully pushing hard for their first win of the season. They're 4-4-28. Still 2 points down against Sylvan, 4-6-30. Surrey Park 6-7-43 against Knox, 3-5-23. And more Division 3 scores coming your way soon.
Player throws the ball in. Delrain wrapped up in a tackle. Dives back on top of it again. Players dive on him and we'll have a ball up.
Just the one more game to cover in Division 3 that we've got scores for. Oakley Districts 5-7-37 against Fair Park 6-9-45.
Very much Jared Beeland around the grounds this afternoon as the ball goes out towards the boundary.
And I stand corrected. We also have scores from the Donvale-Warrandyte game. Donvale 8-8-56 against Warrandyte 7-1-43. Accuracy keeping the Bloods in play.
Yeah, it sounds like a good game as the umpire throws the ball in. Working his way to the front there was Hastings. Did well, the big man, and got it away to his teammate who kicked it straight out of bounds on the full. So just waiting for the ball to come back in. It'll be Slattery. On the right boot now, drives the ball inside forward 50 up towards the Odomat direction. Over the back of his head it goes. Paddles it forward, still alive. About 15, 20 metres out from goal. Snap around the body by Ficarelli. Can he bring it back enough? It goes right across the face out of bounds on the full. He's dying to get amongst the goals, is Fico.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Blake Martin.
Just feeling the wind's picked up a little bit in this third quarter, heading towards the clubhouse.
Kazazada, short option. Was a risky kick and it didn't really pay off in the end as it's picked up and kicked towards goal, but straight back to Kazazada. He tried to trap it, fumbled it, but had the time in there, but cutting across this time there was Leslie on the left boot. Goes goalward! I tell you what, he's missed it. They tried to squad the 19s and the reserves all decked out in their jackets, but the umpire wasn't going to fall for that one. Through for a minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They've regained the lead, the Panthers, by one solitary point, 3.5 minutes into this third term.
That's the second time Xavier Leslie has come close to goal of the day.
So we've had some good behinds today there. It was Dale here, sends it long out to about the middle of the ground. Min took possession, and that'll be just a ball up, I'd say.
Also, sorry,
He's played a free kick. I didn't see anything on that, but nonetheless. Sorry, Scotty, you go.
No, keep going.
We'll keep going as the ball goes inside 50. Up they fly. Mark is taken, and Chirnside go back inside 50, and they've got an opportunity. And there's a bit of, I tell you what, there's been tons of niggle in this game today. Pretty unnecessary stuff too. And it's in the hands of Belly, who's going to go back.
He's a good kick, Belly. I have to say, he's really stood out for me, having a very good field kick. Let's see what his accuracy at goal is like.
So this could be the biggest Moz in history as James Belly comes in. There's the kick on its way, and he has missed it. So
question is, I said his field kicking was good.
So through from minor score, one more to the Chirnside Park tally, 6-7-43 to 6-5-41. Scoresby to bring the ball back in here with the kick. To about half back, nicely marked over there. So mark taken there by Tom Robinson. Robinson looks around for someone to kick to. It eventually just chips it out wide into the hands of Armin. You can't really miss calling Armin today because there's so many of them out there. So just taking a bit of time. In fact, it is Armin. It's number 19 and Musa. I thought I'd got it wrong for a moment there. That would have been disastrous. As the ball goes infield, Musa gets it back. So just in the one place at the moment. Here we go again. That's a dodgy kick, but it's marked there by Kazazada.
Been a good player today.
He has played very well. So the slow, sure build-up that they've used pretty effectively, it has to be said too, throughout the game. Nice kick there. Finds a target in Cooper Denny. Denny goes right across the other side of the ground. Finds Armin. So movement it was at time. Finds a target in Low.
Yeah.
And he's turned it over, so it had to happen. You just felt it was going to. And here's Chirnside Park now to come forward. Long kick inside 50. Mark not taken over there. It was good work, though, by number 17. He's wheeled around, and there's a goal.
Castledine, number 3.
It's Castledine. He's had an absolutely, he had a really good back of that last quarter with the 2 goals, and he's got it there. He took didn't take the mark, but as you can see on the replay, he's just knocked it down to his own advantage, wheeled around onto that trusty left boot, and bang! In fact, he kicked it off his right, kicked the banana.
Check side,
yeah, and put it through for his third. So Trent Castledine gets another one. And it's 7-7-49 to 6-5-41 down to Paul.
And Dylan Lowe as well. Sorry, Paul. Dylan Lowe would like to have that kick back if he could. Last time he had that position, he was umming and ahhing and then went forward and they scored a goal. But, yeah, this time took it a little bit too slow. Paul?
Yeah, the inside 50s this quarter are 4-0 the way of Chirnside Park, and the clearances are 2-0 the way of Chirnside Park. So all going Chirnside's way so far in this third quarter.
Be unfair to not call it a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, and I don't think it's going to get its nose in front at this stage, but still up for grabs, there's no doubt, as the ball thrown up in the middle here. Harper got it from the stoppage. Handing it back, Chaz Clavant to the umpire, who had a touch of the fumbles. Umpire throws it up now. Nicely done there by Leslie. He just looks the part, doesn't he, Leslie? And then his kick was smothered as it was flicked out the side, looking for Skeen. He ran over it. Nicely done there by Hicks, who got a quick handball out. Nicely done by Coulthard, who had a little bit of time, but backwards to go forwards. Little kick there by De Geest. It was his opposite side, so it went up and under, but to no avail because Skeen was underneath it and takes a mark for Chirnside Park. Scoreboard side of Kimberley Reserve. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. Around the globe. And thought there might have been a push on Slattery. He was screaming for it. The umpire said, no siree, Bob. Kazazada takes another mark in the defensive 50. It's got to easily be 10 of those today as the short pass goes on to Dale Hare, who winds around on the left boot, kicks it up towards the wing position. He was looking for his teammate there in low. He had 2 players to beat. Ball hits the deck. Low goes after them again. They're going to link up and eventually in the arms here of Valley, who ran straight into a brick. A brick wall in Walnarak. You heard the crunch. We could hear it from here in the caravan. And the umpire will ball it up right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Odermatt went up that time. There was a bit of shepherding off the ruck, and the free kick's going to go the way of Chirnside Park. It doesn't make any sense at all. It had to go the other way. Tried to do a little...
It's going to be a Scoresby free kick.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to do a little sneaky there, did Lee Odermatt. So kick goes up towards the wing position. Kick off the ground by Denny. Finds the paint. Players asking for out of bounds on the full. Telling him he's dreaming, says the umpire. 8.5 minutes gone here in the third term. It's an 8-point lead to the home side. Chirnside Park 49, Scoresby 41.
So none the wiser who's going to win this one, but the game's still going with that sort of both sides dominating a quarter, and Chirnside have started off well in this quarter. They've had most of the play, and they're in front on the scoreboard too by 8. But you feel like there's plenty of footy to come as Finlay gets the ball off to Hare. Hare puts it onto the left boot and goes to the hot spot. Can he hit a target? Plenty of Chirnside players back and a really good intercept mark taken over there. And they'll bring it out. So Chirnside.
Billy Finlay
puts it onto the boot. Little ship out to the far side of the ground. Nice work. Marked over there by Leslie. And Leslie's kick is not a good one. He may have turned this over. There's a couple of Scoresby players over there. One of those is Corcoran who gets his hands on it. But eventually it's out of bounds, and the umpire says we'll have a throw in on the far side.
Ever since I gave him that rap, he's just shanked 2 kicks.
We're starting to see the Scoresby of the first quarter again. They're not able to get it too much connection with their forward line, unfortunately.
Finlay got the head out to Slattery. Yeah, it's a bit that way. That's what I said before. It's like, the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. It's just every side sort of dominating in one quarter, and it's back to Chirnside now with the dominance. So Scoresby need to go back to what they did in the second quarter as they fly. Finlay gets the tap down and picked up over there by Robinson. Can they get it out? They can. They've still got it. In fact, Chirnside have got it now. They've turned it over in Clavant. Gets it onto the left boot, puts it down the line, trying to find a target up. They fly, knocked away, trying to get his hands on it over there. In fact, nicely done. It's been batted forward, and here they come again, Chirnside. Wheel around and to the right. No, in fact, the handball that time, and they'll go inside 50, will they? There's the kick. Who can get on the end of this one? It's gone a bit far.
Here he goes.
Ficcarelli gets it in the pocket. He's not going to try the miracle, is he? Oh, I tell you what, he did. I thought he was going to centre it, but he had a crack at the goals, and he just missed. And it goes through for a minor score, so even Justin couldn't quite pull the miracle off that time. 7-8-50 to 6-5-41 after 10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
How's the pressure for the umpire down there? If you want to be a goal umpire, that young fella has got the Chirnside Park boys all behind him. I don't know how old the umpire is. He looks about 12, but good on you. You're putting in a damn good effort, son.
It's a risky kick. Ficco went after it. He got one hand on it, goes after it again. He was in against Richards. Had some support come in from the sides, did Richard, and umpire will come in and ball this one up. It doesn't help that the goalposts aren't really high goalposts either, so it does make it quite difficult for those close calls.
Well. And they've been all right calls as well, especially that one with kick off the boot. That was definitely behind.
Straight through the arms there of Richard. I said, give it back to me, boys.
It would be very easy for Toby Richards to be focused completely on Ficcarelli, but I'm liking the fact that he's looking to win his own ball too.
Nicely done there by the big ruckman in Finlay, who just took it out. Managed to work the ball forward as it goes up towards the Brongeese direction. He's moved into the middle. Hicks got a looping handball over the top. That was handy. Here's McBean on the right boot. The kick came off the side of it. Didn't make Armin work really hard for that one. Berger was right on his hammer. They do have the numbers, though, you would have thought, but diving in there was Odermatt, who wanted the ball more, wanted the safety of the boundary line and won it.
They just need to look up there. They had Cooper Denny all alone in inside 50. Just the wrong option went on the far side rather than looking centre.
Got some quick Division 2 scores as well. Baronia retained supremacy by the looks of it. Halftime scores 8-6, 54 to Templestowe 2-5-17.
Scoresby haven't scored this quarter as it goes. McBean's kick was smothered. Coming after it there was Clavont of the Josh variety. He was brought down in a strong tackle and it's rewarded. Well done, Jacob Delrain. It was a strong tackle. So here's a chance for Scoresby to manufacture something as that kick goes inside forward 50 over the back of Bronski's. Good fist on there by Burt. Handball over the top. They're going to have to get out of a phone booth here in James Bally, who's been lively in this third term. So pretty low scoring, 12.5 minutes into this third term. They call it the Premiership quarter. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on Facebook and YouTube. Keep those scores coming through right across the Eastern Football Netball League this afternoon and keep everybody informed. Over to you, Basto.
So, Chirnside take it out of the contest and it's out of bounds on the far side of the ground.
Speaking of some of those scores, we'll have some Premier Division ones. Noble Park, 8-50, defeating South Croydon, 2-3-15. That looks like a half-time score there. We'll have more for you shortly.
So I think we can put the glasses down on that one as the ball comes through in the hands of Scoresby. They go forward, looking for Armin. He had it and then dropped it, but he goes in to get it again. Picks it up, take it to the tackle.
Berger.
Big Adam. And good work by Berger.
He's had a good game.
Very good.
Yep. Definitely in the votes.
So the former Forest Hill man is still playing particularly good footy as they throw it up again. Up they fly, taken out by Armin that time. He was in the ruck. He's a tough man to beat with his size. Now they go inside 50. Mark almost taken there and it's been spilled just at the end. And Bronskis couldn't quite keep it in. And it's gone out of bounds for a throw-in in the pocket. So still danger signs here. Scoresby could do with the next one just to stop the flow a wee bit because it has been Chirnside that have dominated for most of this third quarter. Umpire to throw it in. And up they go. Nice work. It's been punched away that time. It's a bit dangerous though. Taken in the tackle over there. It was Min on the ground and he's been put down. And the umpire says we'll have it in again. In fact, what's he paid here? Yeah.
It's a free kick.
It's a free kick.
Plumridge.
Not quite sure what happened there.
But it was just the tackle that Harper on him.
Yeah, let's go to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I think it was just a high tackle
Okay.
in the end there, boys.
Fair enough. So Plumridge it is. This is a tough kick. He's right up against the boundary. So he'll do particularly well to find this. Let's see what he does. It looks like he's going the conventional drop punt, is he? On its way, and it's across the face. It's not going to get the job done, and it's out of bounds in the opposite pocket.
Really surprised he did that because the ball naturally does drift across that face of goal. So I'm surprised he didn't go for the the snap kick there, like every AFL player does these days.
Important to see whether or not Scoresby can lock it in here. They need to retain the ball inside their forward 50.
Sun shining brightly out here at Kimberley Reserve. I've never seen it shine so brightly out here. There's no doubt about that. As the kick goes out, it was a floppy one, but it worked out okay there. Billy Finley takes the mark. Now takes off on the right boot. He just keeps it low, stabbed it low. Vicarilli did really well from the back spot to get the ball and get the handball away. Now they go forward on the Billy Finley on the left. He's got close, but no cigars, one behind. Thought that Scoresby probably would have been smarter play just to run off with that and quickly play on, but threw the ball down. So they'll Magpies to bring the ball back in right in front of us here on the broadcast side. You'll hear it closely. There's good strong mark has been taken there by the big man in Tom Walnerick.
So in the hands of Walnerick, and Scoresby go forward again. And trailing by 10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, but still plenty of footy left in this one. Nice work over there by Coulthard. He spun around and puts it high. Up they go. Bronskis couldn't quite get hands on it. Knocked down there. That could be a high tackle. It is. So it's going to be a free kick to Scoresby. Is it too far out to score? It's Plumridge. He missed that difficult kick from the pocket just before he goes to the hot spot, and it's been knocked away. Danger signs, though. Take it in there, and is that going to be holding the ball? It is. So free kick to Chirnside. I thought that was harsh. Yeah, me too.
Do you know what else really noticeable in this third term? There has not been one bit of back chat by both sides. So you can imagine the spray both of them got at half time. Because it was getting out of control.
It was indeed. So Berger finds a target in Belly out on that far side. They switch it across to Harper. So just playing safe at the moment, Chirnside, as they try and find a route out of defence. Up it goes. And they've turned it over. So it wasn't too safe, and it's in the hands of Walnarek. He goes out wide. Now this next kick's the one that they need to try and find the target. Slowing it right down Scoresby. Now the kick comes inside 50. Where are they going? In fact, mark not taken. It spills away Chirnside. They get their hands on it first, and they get it out wide, and they'll be able to come out of inside 50 pretty comfortably here in the end. Handball over the top. Nicely done there by Odermatt, who's up the ground. Goes long down the line, trying to hit a target. And it's Ficcarelli who gets his hands on it. Did really well, kept it in brilliantly. Goes down the line, but there's no one back there apart from Scoresby defenders, and the mark is taken.
Really important, whoever kicks this next goal here. And nicely done on the mark there by the big man. Trent Castledine, who's kicked 3 goals today, so keeps the ball in that hot spot.
Again, just on that entry from Scoresby before, once again, slow play, shallow entry, no forward line pressure, and it just comes straight out again, and it's in Chirnside's 50.
And just that forward pressure by Ficcarelli as well, just wanted that ball so much.
Palm down McBean, going nowhere when Slattery's riding you back.
Ryan, can we get some curtains, please?
I'm fine. And it goes over the boundary lines. Use this opportunity to go to Paul Yukoni.
Yes, the tackles in this third quarter are 9-8 the way of Chirnside Park.
Butts is working a treat today.
Except for me, I still can't see it.
We need the one down below there for Best Oak.
Nothing like pulling apart your childhood toys to create something fantastic in this new age. Free kick to Scoresby in the half-back line. Kick goes along the wing. Well, going unattended there was Tim de Geest. Took it. The only issue he had was the sunning in his eyes, but managed to put it down. Short passes on. Takes it. The Moosa variety. Was to kick it in towards the middle of the ground. That was good.
They're out here on this far
side.
side.
Kazazada spotted up his teammate there in Walnarek. He takes off, who kicks the ball up towards the half-forward line. He might have had a better option. He went long, but Marshall took the mark a little bit too slow in turning around. He's waiting for a lead. Inside forward 50, wears them in. Who goes up towards the Bronskis direction. Here comes him in over the back. Takes 3 players to bring him down, and they did just that, and we'll have a ball up. 35 metres out from the Scoresby goal line, who are just really struggling just to hit the scoreline in this third term. We've almost gone 20 minutes and they can't take a trick. So handball comes out. Thought that might have been a free kick to Scoresby there with Coulthard being pulled off the play, but umpire said it was okay. 51 plays 41. 19 and a half minutes gone in the third term. Very entertaining first half. It's sort of slowed down a little bit here in this third term. Everyone's behaving themselves, taking the sting out of the game. As it comes out, Harper on the left boot, kicks it out towards the wing position. Who's going to go after this one now? Trying to take off to the races and getting pulled down. And it'll be a free kick to Chirnside Park, and they can reset.
Lack of awareness, but I think it was the right option, just to speed things up for Scoresby.
So Chirnside back in possession of the footy. We've had just over the 20-minute mark, so we're in time on. And Chirnside have got their noses in front. 10-point lead at the moment as they go down the line, trying to find a target. But it's been turned over, and it's in the hands. And in fact, it hasn't been turned over. Ficcarelli it was. I can't see where the ball is. There it is, up they go. Camera's going right all over the place. So it's close to the boundary over there, and eventually it's out. I was getting quite dizzy there for a moment. Bit of vertigo as the umpire gets set to throw it in over there on the far side. Let's go to the boundary, and haven't heard from the boys down there for a while with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a little, not really a big concern, but Sam King is getting very slow to get up. So we'll keep an update on that one for you boys.
Thank you, Blake. As the umpire gets the ball back into play. Up they fly. Won nicely there by Slattery. Umpire's whistle's gone.
High tackle.
High tackle. So free kick going the way of Chirnside Park. So Smith it is. He puts it onto the boot, goes into the pocket. Beautiful kick. It's been taken over there. Is that Ficcarelli? I think it is. So Ficcarelli, very slow build-up once again. Probably needed to get it. In fact, he's going to have a crack. I thought he might have been going to get. Looked like he wanted to pass it, but he's decided to go back and take the responsibility himself.
Might try and run around a little bit just for that extra couple of metres.
So here he comes, Ficarelli. If anyone's going to kick it from out here, it'll be him.
There he goes.
There he goes, runs around, nicely called BWS on its way. Not going to...
Oh, yeah!
Ficarelli has put it through. That's a magnificent goal, and that's right up there for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. You just kind of felt that he was always backing his ability. He just sort of a bit of foxing, and then he ran around, bang, you bet, he's put it through, and that is a superb goal, and that extends the Chirnside Park lead, 8-9-57 to 6-5-41. Another contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. There's been a few of those today.
One of the most important probably for the day, I would suggest, just to give that little bit of comfort going towards the fourth quarter, or towards the end of the third quarter.
Got some Premier Division scores. Baldwin are pulling away from Vermont here, 9-10-64 to 4-6-30. Rowville are up against Norwood, 6-9-45 to 1-4-10. And Blackburn thumping Berwick, 10-14-74 to 4-24.
Cross down boundary side to Blake Martin or Tennant.
Yes, just a quick one. James Belly, number 16 for Chirnside Park, just getting a bit of work from the trainers. We'll report back as well when he gets back on.
Thanks, guys. As the ball comes out towards the Hare direction, got the handball away, charging through Pemberton, got brought to ground. Umpire said play on. In there was Dale Hare also, and we'll have a ball up just outside the centre square out here, far side. Coaching box side of Kimberley Reserve. Sun is shining brightly. Come down and watch the last term. Gates are open. It won't cost you a cent as the umpire throws it up, and Chirnside Park try to work themselves across the defensive arc. King got the handball away, and now they'll go up towards the half-forward line. Leading out in front was Odermatt. The ball's going to sit up nicely for him to spin around on that familiar left boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. There was nobody home, though. Standing under it there was Coulthard. Just got the handball away in the nick of time, but he got it to Delrain, who was brought down in a magnificent tackle by Fico, and he's going for 2 in as many minutes.
And there's the forward line pressure from Chirnside that Scoresby have not been bringing. He's played on.
He's played on, snaps around the body. He loves a goal, and it's great to call him again. Justin Ficarelli kicks his second, and now that is a very important last 5 minutes by the Chirnside side. They break their lead out to 22 points now, and that is going to take some pulling back over the next 30 minutes.
Jeez, he stepped up in that third quarter, back-to-back goals for him, and like you're saying, just the forward pressure, it was solely him in that last little passage, so credit to him.
Definitely. Let's go to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, as you said there, Scott, as well, just want to back you up. I could see that from a mile away, that he's going to be a very dangerous here, and I could just see it as a goal. So massive there for Fico.
Well, game can turn pretty quickly when the class players always rise to the top, and Justin Ficarelli's really imposed himself in the last 5 minutes with 2 goals. Not to say that he hasn't played well, but he's just sort of stepped up when he's needed to. And now it's looking a bit ominous. Margin out to 22 points, although it's been was like that in the first term. So I won't call it yet, but it's getting to dangerous proportions for Scoresby at the moment. Here's the ball up, and up they fly. Punched away there nicely by Leslie in the ruck as the ball goes forward. If they get the next one, Chirnside, they'll be really hard to stop, and that's Ficarelli again.
Purple patch.
Who's come forward and taken the mark. I won't say he's too far out to score, but he probably is. Decides to go to the hot spot, trying to find a target. Up they fly. He's done it again, I think. We'll just wait for confirmation from the goal umpire.
Here he is.
He's going to have a chat.
He's got 3. It's a goal.
It's a goal. Oh, my word. I think he was putting it to the hot spot, but it just the wind might have got it as well. It just went right over the back. And Ficarelli, I'll tell you what, he's playing his own game here in this term. That's 3 goals, and that's another contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day.
And it's... Sorry, the young fellow was going to call goal, and the central umpire just wanted to double check. But you've got to back that young fellow. He's called it all right every day.
He's been very good today.
Back yourself, young man. 69 plays 41, 25 played third quarter.
How good's Matt King been in the centre? He's been getting clearances all quarter long by the looks of it.
And just the class of Justin Ficarelli there. Had a relatively quiet first half, but just those class players, when they need to step up, they do. And he's had that purple patch, which is given his side almost a game-winning lead at the moment. So let's see if he can go for 4 in 4. Umpire throws it up, and Leslie came down with it. Here's a go. They're making their way forward, but stopped in their tracks, and it'll be a free kick to Scoresby through Dale Hare, who winds around now on the left boot, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Bronski's just had to sit and wait for it in the end. He had support just in front of him in Cooper Denny. Eventually Leslie came in, who's had a good game, got the handball away, or forced it. Bronski's, he's a bit frustrated at the moment, Benny. Gave away the free kick, and it'll go to Josh Clavant. A little handball away. Broadcast side, neat kick to James Bally. A bit of it in this third term. Had a good game. Bally winds around now.
It's going to come in our window here, nearly.
It's another Moz. It's that 4-2, is it, Brett?
4-0, I
I did praise his field kicking before, so I think that's a double Moz on. I think we all get points for that one.
Dale Hare, one of Scoresby's best, right in front of us here.
He's going to kick it out in the full now.
Suck it in a few big ones.
Yeah.
Sporting a fancy tash.
Tom Selleck for the older listeners.
Magnum PI. Or 3 Men and a Baby as it comes across the back line here. They're going to get out of it again. Here's Burt. Bit of advice there from one of the fans. Skeen goes out. Bouncing football out in front there of King, who hit the deck over the top of him. Coulthard, who's tried really hard as well. Scoresby and over she goes for a boundary throw in. So 69 plays 41. It's a 28-point margin out here, and Scoresby have not hit the scoreboard at all in this term. So from what was a very impressive last 15 minutes of that second term, they have not managed to get it anywhere near the goals in this third term as Chirnside Park once again go forward. Which way is this ball going to bounce? Favourably this time for Odermatt. Got the handball away, linking up nicely here. Here is Bally, inside forward 50. Where's Ficarelli? Nowhere to be seen this time. Castledine filthy. He was out in front by an absolute country mile, but Dylan Lowe was there to chop it off.
So they survived for the moment, Scoresby. They probably need the siren really to go and just regroup, because it really has been a disaster this quarter for them. As the ball is marked over there. That's Castledine, is it? No, it's... No, in fact, it's the big ruckman, Finley. So Finley puts it onto the boot, goes down the line. Mark not taken over there, and Chirnside to come forward. Nice little chisel kick back inside. It's Clavant. As the sun streams down here at Kimberley Reserve. Superb afternoon. Wish it'd be like this every week as they go inside 50 again. Trying to find a target. Ball gets over the back. Scoresby need to survive. Richards with the handball out the back. They're under a lot of pressure. That might be gone. What does the umpire say? It was Ficarelli that made the tackle. And has he got the free kick? He has.
Well, he certainly is not giving it a King, even though he came in late. He's like, I started this, I'm finishing it.
There's the kick on its way. Can he get another? He can. Oh! Justin Ficarelli.
On fire.
I think he was just saying over the mark. He's got to take it back.
Oh, come on, umpire. No sense of theatre. So he'll probably still kick it anyway. So.
No, now he won't when you said that.
It's just ruined the moment completely.
I think what they were saying is it should have been not Ficarelli's kick, and they've given it to the right player. Tackling.
Oh, no. So it is King. It's King.
Correct.
So
it is King.
Well, he did start it, but King came in and sort of laid the crucial blow, I guess. But the theatre lovers wanted.
The Scoresby players were quick to say it's actually his kick and not Ficarelli's.
Did you see
he deserves a goal?
The goal umpire managed to get a kick off too. He kicked the ball back.
King's kick is on its way, and I don't think he's quite done the business.
No.
So in the end, they survive a late one as the siren goes out here at Kimberley Reserve. And at the three-quarter time break, it's Chirnside Park who have once again stepped it up as they did in that first quarter. 10-10-70 to 6-5-41. Ben Warren-Smith will tell us all about the goal kickers.
And it was a decent barrel by that goal umpire to boot the ball back as well. Lee is 3 goals on the board, and they were all kicked in a space of 5 minutes there for Justin Ficarelli. It's a fantastic quarter by him. Give his side a commanding lead going into this last term. Trent Castledine also has 3, 2 goals to Slattery, singles to Finlay and McKenzie. Whilst the major goal kicker for the Scoresby side, Adam Arminu, who's clubhouse leader for goal of the day at the moment, Tobin Brothers goal of the day. The rest are singles. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. This is Eastland Match of the Round, and we'll be back with all those important around the ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on the floor. Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kimberley Reserve, where the three-quarter time score has really switched around, and Chirnside Park are in complete control. They won the first quarter. Scoresby had the better of the second term, and Chirnside have won the third term, so it's been sort of quarter for quarter in this game. But Chirnside, they're going to be tough to stop from here, boys. 10-10-70 to 6-5-41, and even if the game sort of goes the same sort of way it's been going, and Scoresby get a bit of a run on this last term, I don't know that I can see them losing from here, Chirnside.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Chirnside have more gears to them in terms of they'll be able to lock it down a little bit more when they need to. I don't want to see that from them straight away in the last quarter. They need to keep kicking goals as we head down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got Chirnside Park coach Dave Newlands. Dave, really incredible quarter there. You know, some of your big stars definitely lifted. Justin Ficcarelli, 4 goals, I believe, almost, or 3. Must be pretty proud that your superstars are playing some really good footy for you.
Yeah, the boys just sort of followed the structures, and we got our reward for it. So, like I said, no one's bigger than anyone else out there, so we just got to make sure 22 contributors, and hopefully we can keep getting the job done.
You know, big scoring quarter. You know, that quarter, I think 4 goals to. I don't think they scored that quarter, so big quarter there. What was the key turnaround there? Did you move a few magnets around maybe, or put places in different positions, or what was the key in that third quarter and half time?
Basically, just told them to be honest with themselves. You know, like they got 2 goals from 25-metre penalties and turnovers, so you take that away from us. 2 goals before half time, we're still up. So it's really up to us how we handled the second quarter, and I thought we let ourselves poorly down. So the boys just rectified that, played the ball, and got the score on the board.
Couple also some forward 50 tackles that were really crucial for you guys coming into that third quarter. Did you feel like that was a bit more spark coming from your forwards as well, especially your small forwards, because they showed a lot of tackles there? Do you want to talk about that one as well?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, we want to maintain pressure. We've got the small forwards that can do a lot of damage, so we've got to give ourselves every opportunity to get there, whether it's a tackle, whether it's a mark, and I think they showed it that quarter.
Well, all the best, mate, and hopefully you can get the win, mate.
Thank you, Blake. Down on the boundary with Dave Newlands. He'll be feeling pretty confident, but not overconfident, it has to be said, because still another quarter to go. But Chirnside in the box seat, they lead by 29 points as the sun continues to stream down. This is a pearler of a day. I know we're going on about it, but we don't get too many days like this. It's been absolutely superb. So umpire holds the ball aloft, and Ben Warren-Smith to get us started for the last term.
Days like this every day down the beach, Besto, as the umpire throws the ball up. Comes out Chirnside's way. We're looking to get a good start here, the Magpies, as they'll go through the forward 50 through our min, looking for and coming out on a strong lead and taking the mark that time is his teammate in Declan McBean, who's kicked one goal early in the game, and he'll go back. And this is the sort of start that they had in that second term. A quick goal in the first minute or so to really set the tone, and they really need this one. The margin currently stands at 29 points to bring it back to 23. He'll kick straight into the sun, but it's the scoring end. There's been hardly any goals kicked at the other end of the ground today, so they are coming home with the scoring end. McBean, very deliberate in his approach, and that is a beautiful kick straight over the goal umpire's head, and the two-finger salute ensues, and that's his second. And Scoresby have the opener in this last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They move to 7-5-47, Chirnside Park 10-10-70.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Blake Martin, who was at the Scoresby huddle.
Yeah, just filling you boys in after the three-quarter time huddle at Scoresby. A real sense that they want to start winning the first contest, upping their tackles, and looking to play a couple more deep in their forward 50 as well. Cheers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense given what we saw from the second quarter, and that just sounds like what they were doing in the second quarter, essentially.
And interesting comments from Dave Newlands as well. BWS, you're right on the money. He's obviously told them to pull their heads in and not give away those stupid 50s to allow them to get that lead.
Yeah, a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it?
He probably was. He wouldn't have been too nice about it, Nugget, either. I reckon.
So ball comes out of the middle, taken there by Slattery as Chirnside get back possession again.
Ooh.
Kick's been smothered now. It's Del Rain who runs away from as the opposite number. Gets a kick forward inside 50. Back they go. They're under a bit of pressure here as the ball bouncing around all over the place. Now it's come free. Kick towards the inside 50 again. Up they go to the hot spot. Bouncing around Musa Minute is on the ground. He tries to get his hands on it, but he does well. Gets it out. It's Bron Geese. Was that holding the ball? No, says the umpire. Play on. Picked up over there nicely by one of the Chirnside players. They get it out of danger. And Odermatt's in possession again.
He's been good, Odermatt.
He's just been classy, hasn't he? Ficcarelli couldn't quite get there. Ball bounced just in front of him. It was awkward, but he very nearly made something out of it. And they've got it again. Here's Clavant going to the... Mark dropped. Is it going to be paid? No, the umpire says no. I thought he had a fair bit of it, but the umpire wasn't convinced as they go out wide again, trying to get a mark, but nicely done over there. And they'll start still in. So a little short pass there to Hicks. He's in a bit of trouble. He puts it up the line. Handball over the top. Oh, they've given it away. Slattery. They'll go back inside 50 again, and that is terrible. A terrible turnover, and the kick is taken, and that's disaster. That's a coach killer, that one. As just turned it over Scoresby as they were coming out of defence, and an opportunity it will be for number 16 and James Belly, who is going to go back and line up. And this just might just about be the curtains if he can stick this one through. But he hasn't anyway, so... They live to fight another day. Scoresby through for a minor score, and it's 10-11-71 to 7-5-47 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've had 3 minutes in this last term.
Chirnside probably had a little bit more composure throughout most of today when you compare it to Scoresby. I think Scoresby sometimes have rushed that or made that wrong decision, whereas Chirnside seems to have got the flip of the coin.
Kazazada's kick out was marked, and then the smother came in out the side there. Del Rain got the handball away, and here is his teammate there in Dale Hare. I think he Scoresby's best today as the kick goes inside 450. A big fly over the back. Has it been paid? It has been paid, and a strong mark there by Mason Storr, who we've seen very little of for the whole day. Almost coming up for his first possession.
It's one of those situations where a little bit of a mistake by Scoresby in the middle of the ground forced them to play quicker, and it just turned out better for them that smother came through, and it lit a fire under them.
Well, they moved that ball pretty quickly from end to end, and Storr will come in now. He's a lefty, leans over it, and he has put it through for a goal, I think. No, push the...
Trust the umpire.
Right-hand side, I did. He stayed straight, and I thought it looked like it sailed over his head.
Full faith in this kid now.
Just a quick score from Division 2. Big quarter from Mulgrave, now lead 12-10-82 to Lilydale 7-11-53.
I don't know how many times we've done that today, called goals when there's not. Done it a couple of times.
You've done it a lot.
No, I haven't done it any more than you have. Thank you very much. Oh, dear.
Hey, here's the bus.
So,
I love the band.
I'd like to say it's nice having you back, but I've changed my mind now. So Bailey Marshall it is who's taken the mark. I've missed you, really, I have. So Bailey Marshall will go back. This is an absolute must kick. He must get this. He comes in. He's going to be kicking just on the edge of the 50 metre, and I reckon he's missed it. He's put it right across the face, and they're happy to see through for a minor score. So he didn't get good contact at all. Another wasted opportunity. Here's another one added to the total. Let's get into the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a couple of injury concerns here for the Panthers. Sorry, I'm talking really soft here, but Xavier Leslie looks like he's done his ankle as well, and James Balili as well. He's getting some treatment as well by the trainers. So 2 concerning injuries for the Panthers. I'll keep you updated.
Didn't know there was a library down on the boundary line.
I'm right next to the trainers, guys. I'm right next to them.
I was going to say,
keeping the secret from?
Blake Tennant broadcasting from the local church as the ball goes infield. Inside 50 up, they fly. Mark's not taken. It's Chirnside though that bring it out, and they'll be able to work it out.
I like it. Considering his feelings, considering he's getting work about 2 centimetres from him. Well done, Blake.
There's the kick out towards the boundary, and it bounces just
Nonetheless,
inside.
he's doing a great job down there.
He certainly is. He's doing a lovely job. Really impressed with his performance today.
Well, best though, right next to the bloody trainers here, so they don't really like the info that we're getting to you guys in the box there.
It's not like the opposite coach have got an earpiece in there.
That's right. They're not listening to the stream. Well, maybe they are. Who knows? As there's another inside 50 here while we digress. Bronski's got a ball knocked down. It's up in there. Who's going to take this one? It's an important one, and that could be a free kick. I felt it. Denny got thrown off the ball. Surely they're going to get a free kick. No. Come on, umpire.
Yeah, Denny dragged off it there.
Denny was dead set unlucky there, and the umpires paid nothing. So up they go again, inside 50. And that's going to be a free kick. Who's this one going to go to? Oh, he's giving it to Scoresby. So it might be a what do you call it?
I think it's going to McBean again.
Yeah. All right, so McBean it is. He's going to go back. So it might have been a square up. That was what I was trying to say. Sorry. So McBean, he's only kicked 1 today, or 2, sorry. He's kicked 28 goals last season, so he's usually a good kick. And if he can slot this one through, that'll make it, I'm just trying to do the quick math, 16 points. So Scoresby not out of this. Here he comes, deliberate approach. Beautiful conditions out here, so there's no excuse for not being able to kick straight today. Here he comes, McBean, on its way. He's got it. Beautiful kick. Bronski's is on the line, and he's clapping almost immediately. And that is a big goal, really big goal. And it puts the margin back to 16 points. It's 10-11, 71 to 8-7, 55 last term out here at Kimberley.
And didn't he let the crowd know about it after this on the celebration? Just turned straight to him.
He loves a good celebration, does Declan McBean. And quick around the ground check there. We've got South Belgrave. Doncaster are making a good fist of it. They're down 8-3-52 to South Belgrave. Inaccurate 9-14-68. They got the first goal of the final quarter. We'll see if Doncaster can respond.
Well, they were trailing by a lot early in the piece, so a good fight back there by the Sharks.
Jared, can we get a Montrose score, please?
No Montrose score. Sorry, the feed's gone down. No communication.
Quickly with that Montrose score, it's 12-12-84 to Mitcham, 4-8-50. That's not right. We'll go with 50, but definitely not 4-8.
No worries. Paul Yukoni on the stats?
Yeah, the inside 50s are 6-2 the way of Scoresby, and the clearances are 5-2 also the way of Scoresby.
Hastings went up. Umpire said it was a free kick advantage. Paid this way of Cassidy. Goes inside forward 50 for Chirnside Park, who's going to pull it down. Players go after it. On the deck, little handball out. It was intended for Corcoran. He went past him, a little scrambling kick. It's been chopped off though, and the left boot of Clavant goes inside forward 50 over the back. They've got the numbers out wide. Here's King. Handball back inboard. He gives it away. Here's Clavant of the Josh variety to the top of the goal square. A free kick has been paid for holding, and it will go the way of Lowe. Let's cross down boundary side.
Number 39, Moomin Amin for Scoresby is down just outside their defensive 50 there, and I think plays stopped. It looks like.
Yep.
He doesn't look a well boy.
No.
He's holding his left shin sort of. He might have copped a kick in the shin, something like that.
Bring out the magic spray, that'll fix it.
Very quickly, once again, around the ground for some more Division 1 scores. Park Orchards 8-3-51 up against North Ringwood 6-4-40. Close game there. And just waiting on some more scores from these games.
In the meantime, we'll work their way forward. Currently trailing by 16 points. We've gone 10 minutes here in this last forward inside forward 50. The out in front. Well, he's doing just a purple patch almost, but I said it's not a mark, and much to the dismay. We'll have a ball up right on the arc 50. Reckon he was really stiff.
Yep.
Harsh,
really
very
stiff.
harsh.
Finlay got the big fist out. Ball's the deck. Skeens on the bottom of the. We'll have a ball up. Just a metre or two closer.
Bantry.
Cross down boundary side to Blake Mountain.
Yeah, just updating you guys on Moomin Min looking like an ankle injury.
Thanks very much, Blake. Finlay scooped it out. In there was Pemberton. There was Coulthard. We'll have a ball up. Just moving forward, metre by metre at the moment at the stoppage. Ball comes out. Bounced away from all players. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position, as you can see. Great camera work there by Megan Green, as always. Have a boundary throw in.
Down to Division 3, Surrey Park 8-14-62 up against Knox 5-9-39. And Coldstream have won that against Upper Gully 13-16-94 to 3-6-24.
An unnecessary push that time in the ruck contest sees Xavier Leslie get the ball, and he'll attack from halfback.
So Chirnside back in possession, leading at least by 16 on the scoreboard, but Scoresby, they just keep hanging in there, just getting the odd goal when they need it, just to stay in touch as the ball is in the hands. Put on the boot there of, I think it's Min, who gets it long forward to half forward. That's been cut off there nicely, and Chirnside to bring it out. Floating handball over the top. Nice work there by Clavant. Goes down the line trying to find a target, but intercepted over there. Good grab. Taken there by Walnerick. He's been pretty good today.
Just quickly, best so that if Moomin Amen is out, he's been really key for him today, and he's possibly eligible for the MEGT Under-21s award today.
He could be too. Has been another one of the many awards that we'll be giving at the end of the game, so stick around for those after we've finished as the ball goes forward to half forward, but it's been cut off there. A bit of a dodgy kick, as that one is as well. Minnie's got some work to do. What did he do there? It looked like he threw it for a moment and then handballed it. As Chirnside possession again, and now the whistle has gone. And it is a Chirnside free kick, so it's going to be another ride 50 coming up. Chaz Clavant with the footy.
Next goal is so important.
It is. If they get the next one, you'd think it's just about done. Punched out there by Chirnside. By Scoresby now. They go back inside 50, and that's good work coming across by Lowe. And he'll switch it across to the far side. They'll need to get things going pretty quickly here. Floating handball into the Geest. Now they go out wide. Trying to go forward. Can they get a mark? It's still there. Picked up over there by Cassidy for a moment. Got the ball off, and here they come forward again, Chirnside. Going forward to about half foot. Ficcarelli's there, but he couldn't get it. He was beaten to the front spot that time. Now the ball comes out. It's a bit of a turnover city here. And speaking of that, goes right out wide, chasing over there. Is in the hands of number 9 in Leslie. He's been pretty good today as well. Now it's Skeen. Hasn't had a bad game either. Skeen goes right across the face. Up they fly for the mark, not taken. And that should be just holding, ball up, should I say.
He got that away.
He did. Has he paid holding the ball?
Yeah, he has.
He has. That was harsh.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so free kick going the way of Scoresby, but that definitely was harsh. But nonetheless, it's the umpire who makes the final call.
And he was blindsided as well, so I don't even know if he thought he got the handball away. Anyway, I'll get over it. Robinson got it away to Kazazada. Scrambling kick, though. They made it hard for Denny, who just did a little player of Aiden Pemberton and goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Scoresby's defence holding up really well in this last quarter. Samir Kazazada definitely part of that. Also Dylan Lowe, I've liked his reads across the half-back line playing as a loose in defence.
Bedrick.
Cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just more some injury concerns as well here for Chirnside. Number 14, Matthew King, just going in a bit of the hands of the trainers here. So, and Josh Clavant as well. He's got some hands in the trainers as well, boys.
Just really quickly, I just wanted to say Blake's doing this for those older listeners who remember Whispering Ted Lowe, who used to call this snooker.
Short pass. taken here that time by Tyson McKenzie. Pop goes to Weasel, and McKenzie goes goal bang. I don't know what that was, but something happened. Great goal there by McKenzie, and he kicks his second of the afternoon, and that was the goal that we were talking about. Who was going to be able to break through? Last 5 minutes has been pretty stagnant, and all of a sudden the margin, Scott, is back out to 22.
Well, you're talking about that sound on the microphone there, BWS. So probably over the far side. They probably grabbed the mic off Blake and threw it away. Too much trash talk about our fitness.
Oh, dear.
Huge goal in the context of this game, though. Margin back out to 22, going to make it really difficult for Scoresby to get this back. They must score in the next 2 minutes.
So back in the middle again, knocked out there to Min, who was taken high, I think. So free kick going the way of Scoresby, and they need to get the ball forward, and they need to get it forward fast. Min puts it onto the boot. They need
Good
4
kick.
goals. Beautiful kick, and has it been marked? Yes, it has. I thought that might have hit the ground, but he's paid it. So Mason Storr.
The quick call.
Whistle was in the mouth.
Yeah, I thought there might have been a bit of grass there, but umpire has a sense of theatre on that occasion.
We'll give him that one.
Boundary.
Yeah. Let's go to the boundary.
Moomin Armin's just returned to the field.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Blake. So Storr, he just has to kick this. It's an absolute must. He missed the last shot he had, so this one, it's pretty much right in front. He's just inside the 50 and he's missed it. So they've had some chances, Scoresby, but they really are kicking themselves in the foot. Well, shooting themselves in the foot, should I say. And the margin now out to 77 to 56. And we've had 16 minutes in this last term.
21 points here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Keep the scores coming in, and we'll keep everyone up to date as the games go into those closing stages right across the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Charging through and getting a quick handball out. Ball still in that Scoresby forward line. A little bit of holding going, and this time it's going to go against Marshall. And a 25-metre penalty to boot here, I reckon.
We must have set the world record today for the most 25s in a game, I reckon. We've had so many.
And it's going to number 21, who we asked to find out about only about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
It's a tough crowd here. Tough crowd.
On the left boot.
Good old number 21.
That old chestnut as it goes up towards the half-forward line. Maybe a chance there for big man Finlay. Over the top it goes now. Getting down low was Del Rain. A little knock over the top. They're still in that defensive zone here, Scoresby. They're working themselves out of it, though, in a series of handballs. Eventually in the arms of Robinson. Goes over the top. This is good play now. Here's Del Rain. Drives the ball inside. 450. What a fly! That time by Adamo in. Wowza.
It's Hare.
No, it's Dale Hare. Sorry. Dale Hare. Wow.
Wow, that was a great mark.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, it was definitely Dale Hare. I went for the 40, not the 10. And clearly a different size altogether. There's no doubt about that. Everything's different. What a fly. Way to ruin a highlight as it comes in now on the left boot and he pushes it to the left-hand side. It didn't matter anyway. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 18 minutes past. That was a sensational mark.
What a let-off.
20 minutes almost tick over. 20 points is the margin. So they're not giving in those Scoresby. There's no doubt about that.
No, indeed. Scores around the grounds in Division 4. Forest Hill 9-9-63 to Croydon North 3-10-28.
So I reckon they probably had about 3 quite kickable opportunities in the last few minutes, and it really is killing them. They're just missing opportunities as Odomat takes a great mark on the far side of the ground. Another 25.
It's got to be a record.
Oh, it has to be.
Never seen anything like it.
Umpire's gone mad here. So Odomat will just wander forward. And strapped up like a racehorse, but Dame today he's just sort of popped up when he's needed to. There's the kick down the line, easily marked. There, great mark. Taken by number 9 and Leslie. He's played all right too.
Yeah, he's also eligible for the MEGT award today, and I thought he's been exceptional.
He has.
He's
Super.
played particularly well. There's another mark taken over there in the hands of Pemberton. So just once again, just a slow, methodical build-up. Here they go inside 50 as the sun streams down. It'll make it a bit hard to mark at different times. So that might be holding the ball. Now the umpire puts the arms in the air and says play on. It's there to be contested, but it's not going to come out of there. And Ficcarelli on the bottom of that.
Any more scores around the ground, Jared?
Indeed. We've got Premier Division scores. Baldwin are up 12-11, 83 to Vermont 5-6, 36. Rowville have overcome Norwood 68 to 19. Blackburn continue to lead Berwick 82-49.
Great stuff. It's a kick in the middle. Been a free kick. Plucked out. Sort of put the whistles away in the third, but they've certainly come out again in the fourth as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line there for this little handy tap over the back there. Gets it back, snap around the body, bouncing towards the top of the goal square. Nicely done there by McBean. Berger was in there for Chirnside, who's had a super game, defended so well, and they'll get that scrambly kick out straight into the arms of Slattery. Luck's a fortune, but they'll take every bit that they can get as the kick goes out towards the Bally direction. Happy to see it over the boundary line and out of bounds right in front of the senior coach, Dave Nuggets Newlands, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Have you got Div 1 there? I've got Div 1 up there. Montrose taking a nice lead, 13-12-90 to Mitcham, 7-9-51. And Park Orchards leading 11-5-71 to North Ringer, 9-4-58.
I think your scores are ahead of mine there, Scott.
All righto.
So the Sharks looking good out in that game.
A Samsung versus an Apple?
Which app have you got there? Happy with the AFL Play app.
It's like the Commodore 64 versus the Carrier Pigeon as the umpire gets set to throw it in, gets it high. Up they fly, knocked away there nicely by Leslie in the ruck, but the umpire says we'll have a secondary ball up. So running out of time, unfortunately, the Scoresby side, they trail by 20 points, and we've just ticked into time on. So they need 4 goals, and they need them pretty quickly as it goes up again. Knocked away. They've got possession here, though, the Scoresby side, as they bring it out off half-back. Almost a tackle made there, but they just get the kick away into the middle of the ground in the hands of Armin. There's a whistle, though. Umpire says, hang on a minute, come back.
Free kick's going to Harper, I think, of Chirnside.
We'll just wait. It's to be hoped.
Just quickly from Div 3, if this app is working better, Oakley District's won by 4 points over Fair Park.
So back in the ball comes bouncing around against Scoresby. Have got it back. So Coulthard, and he's still got it. Goes back, so free kick in fact that's been paid. So he needs to get on with it though. Decides to go across the ground as they have to the big man Armin.
I've liked Coulthard's game.
Played all right. So Armin, just get it forward is what they need to do, but he's decided to go right across the ground. It's a dangerous kick, but the mark is taken by Walnerak. They're not going to win the game playing like this. This is crazy stuff as they just go from one side of the ground to the other. Another short kick out, and this time they get it to the edge of the 50. Mark taken there by Denny. Is he too far out to score?
He's been screaming for it for a minute, Denny.
And so Denny, he's just checking to see where the wind's blowing. Just go back and have a crack, son, because you've got to kick it. Here he comes. This will be a contender for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day if he gets this. He's on the left, another left footer. He's made pretty good contact, but it's not going to get there. Mark is taken by Armin in the goal scare. Has he? It's been paid?
Yep,
it has.
Might have just been to the side of the goal square,
so just to the side. I thought he'd taken it in the goal square, so he's going to have to run around onto his right foot and puts it through. So Armin gets one back. Is it too late? Well, time will tell. 22 minutes gone. They do get one back. It's 77-63 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in favour of Chirnside Park. And as I say, we're a couple of minutes into time on.
Well, it's been a long quarter, so it is possible down here.
It's definitely possible.
Every quarter's gone around 30-odd minutes. So
yeah. You don't listen to me with the times. I've had a mare in that area today.
Thanks very much to Paul Yaconi, looking pretty cool and suave in those shades down there today. 23 minutes gone.
Bit Tom Cruise-esque, really, isn't he?
So there's still time. There's no doubt about that. Another quick goal here from Scoresby would really unsettle the Panther faithful.
It's been a delay of getting the ball back.
Well, he snapped it and he kicked it over the clubhouse, so it could even be a missing ball, to be honest.
Any chance of having a second ball somewhere? I mean, you know.
You like the fast game lately, don't you, Besto? Just keep it pushing, keep it pushing.
It was like this last week. The umpires, just these ridiculous long periods of play between plays. It's just ridiculous.
Well, it allows us for a few scores around the ground. Forest Hill doing it quite comfortably, 13-13-91 to Croydon North, 4-11-35. I'd like someone else from Div 4 to update the scores, but that's it on the app, so we'll come back to what else we can get.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from the Kilsyth non-awarding game.
No.
I think the one from Div 4 we're not getting much of.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Blake Martin.
It appears they've lost the only ball in Chirnside Park. I've got absolutely no idea where it is.
Unbelievable. We might have to abandon the game.
He definitely kicked it onto the roof, or if not over the club rooms. I saw that as he put it through.
You reckon one of the kids just pinched it, done the runner, like at Waverley back in the day?
Well, that's what, you know, I think there was like Tony Lockett kicked at least 100 balls out of Moorabbin back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, they found a spare.
He probably got every one of them and hocked them later on. You know that.
So, extraordinary scenes out here at Kimberley. We've found the ball. Hooray.
You okay now, Besto?
Oh, for goodness sake.
He's sweating.
Well, it's sort of like, you know, by him doing that, you know, his team had the momentum in the run and he sort of just like slowed everything down now. So it probably wasn't the wisest of decisions to kick the leather off it. But anyway.
Yeah, it was a little bit like 6 and out almost.
Alas, we are back in the middle.
Kicking the ball into a neighbouring suburb.
Almost down to Lilydale. Umpire throws it up as Hastings went up. A little bit of a fresh air shot. Can the Panthers get one back here? And just really put a nail in the coffin as Skeen goes up towards the half-forward line out in front. Slattery, he's wasting no time looking for his options. Eventually goes, no, there's not enough good ones there, so I'll go back and I'll just put a little 9 wedge into the hot spot for a big fly over the back. Who's at the fall of the ball? Ficcarelli got the handball away. Nicely done there by King on the left boot. Kicks it to the top of the goal square or nearabouts. Charging through Ficcarelli after it. And there's a free kick going the way of Chirnside. And they're all up and about it. So it'll be Castledine who's kicked 3 goals early in the game. He's sort of come out of it a little bit in the second half. But he'll look to put the final nail in the coffin if he puts this one through. There's just not enough time left. And it'll be a 4-pointer going the way of Chirnside Park. So it's good to see the 19s and the reserves all make their way from end to end. You'll hear the crowd if he puts this one through. He lopes in on the right boot and he does not make a mistake. Chirnside Park are going to get the victory out here today at Kimberley Reserve. 26.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They move to 12 goals, 11-83, a 20-point lead over Scoresby, who are 9-9-63.
I'll give you something. He's consistent. He's kicked a goal every quarter. So not a bad action on him as well for the big fella.
Certainly played his role, certainly done well, certainly won his position. Can't shy away from a 4-goal feat, that's for sure.
So this time we're lucky we do have the ball back. So 26, nearly 27 played in this last term. So
let's not forget to add an extra 2 minutes or so because
of course with the ball
situation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there could be still maybe 5 minutes to go, but it's probably going to be not enough time, you would think, for Scoresby to get back into this. But stranger things have happened as the ball is on the ground and the umpire says we'll ball it up.
It's got to be done from the clearances now for Scoresby if it's going to be done at all.
So up it goes again. Up they fly. Ball knocked to ground. Almost getting his hands on it. There was Skeen, but there's a free kick going to be paid. No, holding just another ball up, sorry. So this doesn't help Scoresby's cause at all. This is just wasting time. Up it goes. Chirnside win the head out that time. And it's going to be a sling tackle, is it?
No, holding the ball.
Holding the ball. So the free kick does go. Well, I tell you what, it's on again here. And there's a player on against Skeen is down, and he got thrown down pretty heavily
He's
too.
Okay.
Just a bit winded, perhaps.
Oh, no, it was reversed, I believe.
No, so Skeen does get the free kick, and he pokes it forward, and the mark is taken.
Over the top.
Slattery just pops it over the top, Joe. The goose, and a goal. So the goal, and that just about puts it out of reach. You'd think it's McKenzie who's put it through. So absolutely, that's his 3rd of the day too. So he's done it right. He's just popped up when he's needed to. So a bit of indiscipline again, which has been largely the story of the day. Good work by Skeen to set it up. And that really does put it out of reach now. 89-63, 13-11-89, 9-9-63, and we're 28 gone in the last term.
Well, we said the clubhouse end was the scoring end. Scoresby couldn't capitalise on that this quarter, and Chirnside now have kicked 3 goals to that end this quarter. It's 3 goals apiece in the final quarter.
Well, what should have been a momentum goer was a momentum stopper, that goal by Amin in the end. And good to see Chirnside Park really answer that challenge as well, under pressure. Then a few goals, being able to answer that challenge and put a few late ones on the board. Nearly 29 minutes gone here in this final term. Fresh air shot by both ruckmen that time. Scoresby go forward. They're not giving in, that's for sure. As the kick by Denny goes inside forward 50, it goes deep. Over the back it goes. They've got the numbers at the fall here. Well done, Gray. But the old 1-2 now. Kick towards the broadcast side, but chopped off by McBean, who's had a good game and kicks it inside forward 50, and he spotted up his teammate there in Musa Amin, who found space nicely knew where the kick was going, and he'll go back and have a ping from about 40. Going to waste no time either, as you wouldn't, knowing that there are only a couple of minutes left on the clock. Margin 26. Margin is 20. So late goal there by the Scoresby side as we encroach on the 30-minute mark of this final term. But as you could tell by the crowd reaction there, it is going to be a little bit too little too late. But it has been an entertaining game, guys.
It's been a very entertaining game. I think, credit to Chirnside to stabilise and push out to, I guess, what they did in the first quarter. But Scoresby definitely not shied away from the contest.
Finally got an update from Bayswater Reserve. They have won there at home, 15-13, 103-7-7, 49, Wanturna South.
So a good win for Baysy. They have had a bit of an indifferent start to the season as the ball is back in the middle in the hands of Min.
Silver Fox will be happy with that one, Mark Hardy.
So ball up. I don't know where that noise is coming from, but it's driving me insane as the ball is knocked out again. And that'll be another ball up. Stoppage in the middle. Free kick, though. It's going the way of Chirnside, much to the delight of the crowd. And there's the siren. And that is the end of a very interesting game out here at Kimberley Reserve, an entertaining fixture. It was kind of quarter for quarter early, but in the end it's Chirnside that have got up. Final score out here, 13-11, 89, 10-9, 69. Here's Ben Warren-Smith to tell us all about the goal kickers.
Major goal kickers on the ground today. Well, they spread them around, and plenty of players for Chirnside Park getting multiple goals. 4 goals to Trent Castledine, a 4-quarter performance, 1 in each, as we heard earlier there by Scott. 3 goals to Justin Ficcarelli, who had a purple patch late in that third term and really lifted his side when they needed it. Tyson McKenzie also had 3 goals, and 2 goals to Ben Slatter, who kicked one early, then kicked one late. And Billy Finley also with a single. McBean had 3 goals for Scoresby. He was their leading goal kicker. Adam Min kicked 2, one of them an absolute pearler. The rest were singles, Besto.
So there you have it, Chirnside Park. We thought it would be an interesting game out here today, and it largely was. Chirnside Park got off to a cracking start on that first quarter. Scoresby came back, but then after that, you just felt that Chirnside always had the running. And boys, how did you see it today? Chirnside Park in the end deserving the win, but Scoresby had their moments, but they just couldn't get the job done with their inside 50s.
Yeah, it's probably just. Oh, sorry, to cut you off. Like I said before, that little bit more composure from Chirnside I sort of found, and obviously when that pressure was on, they were able to respond and bounce back. I think that's sort of the merit of them, and what the side is. We saw that they only had that 1-point loss against Kilsyth, so what they can have is So BWS were putting out the boundary.
Yeah, I think we've got a cross down boundary side to the boys down there. We've got a couple of special guests, boys.
Yeah, so we just got 2 stars of the Chirnside Park Football Club. I'll start off with you, Justin, first. Mate, that third quarter, it was just like you had it on your own there. You got into the game a lot there. Talk about that third quarter, because it was a crucial quarter heading into the final break there, mate.
I think it was brilliant. We went into half time and we gave away a few free kicks that were pretty undisciplined. So we managed to come out and bring the heat, which was one of the main focus points. And once you start bringing the heat, it just changes the game and you get scoring opportunities. And to the credit of the boys, we all lifted. And obviously the third quarter is usually the premiership quarter, they say. And it's worked out all right.
Tyson, a big game from you as well, mate. How good was it to get a win in front of the home crowd?
Well, first game here for the year, so you want to get it and get that early win on the board, especially against Scoresby, a good team. So we put our structures in play today, and it's the first time we've probably put close to 4 quarters on the park, which is good.
Even managing to break the scoring side and kick a few goals in the non-scoring side of the game as well.
Well, that's the most important thing. If you can get a few goals into the wind, it helps. It goes a long way.
Yeah, back to you, Fico, as well. Start of the competition, coming across to Chirnside Park this year. How have you found the club? Coming from, Sylvan, who, of course, you won a big flag there about 2 years ago there. But how's the difference coming in back to, Division 4, of course, but coming to Chirnside? Must be pretty good about how Chirnside's going at the moment, mate.
Definitely, it's definitely a family club. I reckon there's about 7 or 8 different senior women's, men's, veterans, women's. It's unbelievable. Like, obviously coming from Sylvan, more countryside at club, but here you can see how many supporters there are, and it's a real family club, and you're happy to bring your kids down here because there's kids running around everywhere, and I'm really enjoying it. New facilities, obviously, first game of the year, so it's been brilliant.
No worries. I'll let you get back to the song, boys. I know you guys want to get in there. All the best for the year. Back to you, boys.
Fantastic stuff there, Blake. Tal Ficko is a legend because that's exactly what he is. Great effort to get two boys out there on the park. I know we'll run out of time, so we won't be able to go to any more interviews. But to get two at the same time was really good. Two guys that spoke really well about the club. The club's going places. The club's a place to be, and we talked about at the start of the day how it's a really strong club, whether it's through the netball club being affiliated, through all the women's teams, the veterans as well, that real family feel about the place. This is Panther Park is the place to be down here at the moment.
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable coming out here today. As I said, we hadn't been out here for a long time, but the ground is superb, the facilities are magnificent, and in the end, a pretty cracking game. And of course, a great day weather-wise too, just to cap it off as everyone...
Oh. There's a fight going on in front of us.
No, don't worry about that. Let's just keep talking about the game. And we probably need some opportunity to look at some around the ground scores, guys.
That might be a good
some
idea.
Of those, but
I'll quickly flick those up for a moment. So as I just said, Bayswater 15-13-103 have defeated Wantirna South for 7-7-49. Just looking at other. Oh, goodness me, I'm not sure if that's correct, but I'll go with it. Beaconsfield 18-15-123 have destroyed Mooralbark 2 straight 12.
That can't be right, surely.
I always I'm a little suspect of these scores that we get sometimes through on the website.
Yeah, we can hear the boys going in for the song, which is going to be.
Going to be pretty raucous, I'd say.
I'd say that's a really good way to describe it there, Besto.
Some raucous
word of the day, toilet paper.
Take it away,
Here we
boys.
go.
When you're ready. Just finding out what key it's going to be in.
There we go.
I don't think I've heard Chirnside's song before.
Not sure that I have either, to be honest. We're going to hear it eventually. Oh, dear. So, big rendition of the song from Chirnside Park, and rightly so too, because they played really well today. They were put under pressure.
We got Bruno trying to get an interview here outside the caravan.
They were put under pressure at different times, but they've got the victory today. It's turned into a bit of a raucous afternoon, actually. We've got spectators trying to have a chat to us and all sorts of things going on. Boys, so let's just reflect on the game, though, today. Scotty, good win by Chirnside Park. Scoresby had their moments, but you kind of felt for most of the day that Chirnside they were just going to get up at the end.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, credit to Scoresby to respond in that second quarter and really make it a contest. You know, we were questioning, up against what they've played previously, and this is probably setting the bar for them. It then gives them at least a little bit more sort of, I guess, they can go back to the drawing board and sort of see what worked, what didn't, whether they need to make any sort of further changes or not, or just sort of stay the course and have backing that, they've got the right sort of, I guess, football in place. It just didn't work for them today.
Yeah, Jared, I don't think it's a complete disaster for Scoresby, though. I mean, the scores sort of blew out a bit at the end. 20-point margin, but they did have their moments today, and they showed enough to suggest that going forward, they're going to be reasonably good.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying a couple of different things. That slow play that I spoke about a lot during the game that I didn't particularly like. It is more results-based oriented thinking that the reasons that I didn't like it. I do like the fact that they are trying something different, though, and if that's a gear that they want to add to their game, then all power to them for trying it. They'll just get better at it as they keep going throughout the season, and it's always good to have different game modes in your arsenal. especially in Division 4, where some teams might end up being a little bit rigid, don't have that plan B, and won't be able to respond, I suppose, in the right way to different game plans being presented to them.
I don't like it personally, but it's up to each individual coach. I mean, you've got to look at the players, you've got to look at the opposition and think to yourself what suits. And it didn't work for them today, but then next week they might try it against someone else, and it might come off. Either that, or Craig McKenzie might say, look, let's forget about that. It didn't work for us at all. Let's go to plan B, which is obviously his prerogative. So it'd be interesting to watch them play next week and just see if they did change it up a wee bit.
Time to start thinking about our votes, boys, for the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Player of the Day. There was a lot of great players. A lot of even performances as well, so it's it'll be interesting to see which way this goes. But we'll start with our special comments, men, and we'll start from the far side. Scott Hardy, how did you see your votes this afternoon?
Yeah, it's a good question, because I just felt there was pockets sort of throughout the whole game that everyone had their little patches. I think obviously the one that jumps to mind, obviously Ficarelli just turning that game in that third quarter. I thought Lee Odermatt as well was really good with his ball decision and where he put himself in those positions. So I'd say at the moment I just have to find my number one. Definitely 3 votes for Ficarelli, 2 for Odermatt, and I'll put 1 down for actually Xavier Leslie. I really liked him, but I'll probably put him more so for the MEGT.
That's interesting. I've taken a bit of a different route to it, because I was very impressed with Chirnside's midfield this game. I think Charlie Clevant played really well. I liked Matt King's game as well. So I'm going to give 3 votes to Matt King, 2 to Clevant, and 1 to Todd Berger. Because doing a job like that against Adam Amin, I know Amin got 3 goals in the end, but he could have been a lot more dangerous, and that was just that one option, especially during the first and third quarters, that Scoresby didn't have. It really showed that they weren't able to link up that well with their forward line, and Todd Berger was a big part of that.
Is anyone keeping score here?
I was just thinking that.
BWS had a pen in his hand, and I thought he was the man writing it down.
Glancing over to see if he was keeping a track of it.
Well, we're sort of both very different, so I think it'll be decided by you boys how we go.
We're going to have to get the abacus out. Paul, do you want to give your 3, 2, 1?
I'll give 1 vote out to Todd Berger. I thought he played really well. 2 votes to Lee Odermatt, and obviously I'm going to give my 3 votes to Justin Ficarelli.
Ooh, okay.
I think Fico's looking pretty good at the moment. For me, I went 1 vote to Trent Castledine. He kicked the 4 goals, 1 in each quarter. So he didn't have a huge game, but he popped up when he needed to, and I thought he was really good today. 2 votes I went for. I'm just trying to find my second vote. Odermatt. Lee Odermatt, obviously a terrific game from him today. Again, just showed his class, and again, so he just popped in when he needed to and did some really, really good things. And just generally, sort of almost the general of the side. He just makes sure that everything goes to plan. And Justin Ficarelli, you couldn't go past him, because the third quarter was the quarter, the premiership quarter, when the game was on the line, and he really did turn the game. And he kicked 3 goals as well, which is not the reason I gave him the 3 votes, but he was outstanding today.
Well, I feel like it's the only reason you could give him the 3 votes, because he doesn't even get in my votes today. That 5-minute purple patch of 3 goals is a great performance, but it's not enough to get a vote on my board today. I gave 1 vote to Dale Hare from the Scoresby Football Club. I thought he was sensational 4-quarter performer and worked tirelessly right across the ground. I gave 2 votes to Xavier Leslie from Chirnside Park, who I thought was absolutely super all day. Really impressed me. A lot of go about him, a lot of class, a lot of poise, and a young guy who's going to play a big role in this side into how far they can go this year. And I gave 3 votes to Todd Berger down back. I thought his task today was going to be huge, to go up against Adam Amin, who's in red-hot form, come to the club this year, a known goal kicker, a known power goal kicker, and to be able to hold him and to hold his own all day just to the 2 goals and a couple of... He had to work for those 2 goals too. I thought Todd Berger was absolutely sensational, so I gave him 3 votes today, but it means nothing, because at the end of the day...
I do like that, though. That nearly turned my vote, the way you spoke about him just then. Very, very spot on. Very spot on.
Very politician-like, able to sort of sway you into his way of thinking.
But anyway, I digress. Sorry.
The votes stand, and the best on ground, the Sportsco Eastland best on ground player of the day. He's done it many and many a times before, unless we want to get the boundary riders us to chime in, but it is past the post. They took too long to get back here.
Yeah, that's right. And we are, sorry, boys, you missed out.
That's very politician-like, Ben.
Is the best on ground goes to Justin Ficarelli. Congratulations to you. And, of course, we've got the next prize to give out, which is a Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I know, Besto, you've marked a few down. We called Adamar Mins one in the second term, I think, an absolute ripper. Could that be beaten?
Look, I had three, so I'll just give you my sort of options. I had Castledine in the second quarter, who kicked a really good one. Min, obviously, who you mentioned in the second quarter, and Justin Ficarelli in the third, but probably sticking with Min. I thought that was probably the best one.
I'd go Min.
Yeah.
I'm happy to
Tick
stick
that
with
one.
Happy with that. Congratulations. Tobin Brothers goal of the day goes to Adam Armin. And, of course, the MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day Awards. Do we have the contenders that are eligible for this award, please, Scott?
Yeah, we do. From Chirnside, Mac Brownfield, Matthew King, Xavier Leslie and Brody Gray. And from Scoresby, Moomin Amen and Luke Plumridge and Aaron Finlay. I think I personally think Xavier Leslie would take it, and I think we spoke quite highly of him throughout today. Exceptional performer for a young lad, and credit to him on a good side.
All those agree, say aye.
Aye.
Well done to Xavier Leslie, a great performance. The MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day. Fantastic stuff here. Well, it's almost time for us to wrap up out here at Kimberley Reserve. What a great afternoon it's been. What a delightful weather day to watch the football. We heard Besto compliment it all afternoon. He had an absolute
it's been superb. I've loved it.
Got to love every minute on. I'm not enjoying this view on the camera. God, I look bald. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I've got to just live with that, don't I? Maybe we'll get some hats for the media team. You never know.
Asking for beanies. Beanies, I reckon, are the key.
That's the way to go.
We are a boundary rider.
Oh, really? Oh, a testing. I'm happy to be the second tester. Maybe BWS.
I've still got my beanie from the motor neuro round.
Well, I was going to say thanks and a great job by our boundary riders, but they've thrown the mic. They didn't get to give their votes, and they've thrown the mic and they've left.
They've stormed.
But a fantastic effort today by Blake Martin and, of course, Blake Tennant, the two Blakes on the boundary line, riding shotgun to what was happening up close and personal all day. A great effort by them. Of course, it was a sensational effort, as always, in the stats chair with Paul Uconi. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Great work, mate.
And he wins the prize for the coolest dude of the day, too, with his Tom Selleck Sunnies.
Fantastic stuff. Scott Hardy, great work by you today, mate. Good
Thanks,
to be in the box with you.
No, it's a pleasure.
And Jared Beanland, always a pleasure with you, mate. Great stuff.
Cheers, mate.
Besto, I've been looking forward to calling with you all week. It's been too long, and it's just an absolute pleasure.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it was absolutely reciprocated. Great to have you back, and really enjoyable day today.
Thanks to Ryan Long for pulling together the media team and putting on this show today. And nice to be added at a Division 4 game, mate, today, wasn't it? And good to have you back in the cause chair as well, BWS. It's good to be back, mate. Thank you very much to Megan Green from LKLM Media, and of course Leroy Green and Kate Green, who put it all together. It's been a great afternoon out here at Kimberley Reserve. Thanks for putting your scores through. Hope your team won. If your team didn't, that doesn't matter, because they'll always be next week. This has been the EFNL Media Team out here at Chirnside Park, and I'm going to keep winding it up a little bit, because I've realised that there was a 30-second mark that I've got to get through as well. I thought I timed it to perfectly, but that's okay. And
now we can talk about the Cats in Brisbane tonight. Go the Catters!
Who cares about who cares about Geelong? But next week we've got two games. We'll be out at Anzac Day, and we'll be back out here on next Saturday afternoon. So a week of nothing but quality EFNL football. So stay tuned for that. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and